I must unmute. Hello. 4 people. You, and most of all you. You are my favorite. I won't lie. I won't try to deceive you, person number 4. You are my favorite. You have always been my favorite. It's not even a contest at this point. Oh, oh, gee. Oh my god. Who are even these people? What the hell? Ugh. Wick jump scare. Who are these people? 3 kings. Oof. Shudder to think. My god. The 3 kings of what? Hello, Sva system. I just saw a scary thing. Was Wick. Was Wick and his Twitter. A jump scared. Hello, hello. Today we're doing a lot of different things. I'm gonna show this to someone. I should show it to everybody at some point. The Wick jump scare. God. How is you? How is you today? Is you good today? Guess we're just gonna play a game for now. And I'm gonna save. This is a react game. This is not a game to just play. Exit program. And we play this. That's right. I'm still using the blanket because it's still super cold, as you can see. Oh wait, it's actually much warmer now. Okay, that's nice. What a horrible tweet. Here we go. Warm up with our favorite game. I'm gonna change title. I have to change titles more dynamically. Oh. There you go. I'm gonna continue. Tax. Oh, 57. I'd rather be sailing. Wait, what am I doing, even? Ah, yes. I was forced to finish because of fake Alec Parker demanded politics. That's right. Now I remember. Oh. Wait, no! That's not good. When the moon shines bright on autumn shade. What? The what? Come forth, the abomination of roots and leaves. Huh? What? Oh, what? Oh! Now that's smart. Okay. Good. I figured it out. Gotta promote ourselves or something. Arbiter. Everyone. No. That's not what I And the link. Let's not forget. That makes me nervous. Ah, I get it. Oh, that's so cute. Elephone. Oh my god. Okay. I don't need this anymore. I don't need this anymore. Guess we only want just need one more. Oh, who's this riding me? So what now? Oh. What the hell? What is this? Okay. Moonerang. Zero! Why zero? For real? That should work against you. What? For real? For real though? That was a waste. That was a big waste. Huh. Oh, I know. Wait, I should have done this from the start. Moonerang? No. What a slow day today. Very slow. There we go. Huh. No! That's not what I wanted. Oh, wait. Open it. What? Oh! What a nice way to defeat the enemy. Huh. He does not look happy, that's for sure. So unhappy he looks. 20 years ago in the village of Moon Cradle. Oh wow, a retrospective. Well, we're gonna take it. We're gonna take the retrospective. Wait. Yeah, I'm gonna mute this. Huh. 20 years ago in the village of Moon Cradle or something. It's me. Come on, Brugavets. We're going to miss them if you don't hurry. Hoof hoof. Wait for me. Wait for me. Wait for me. Oh, it's almost my pill time. Alright, there you are, little ones. We're too late. Wanted to see the headmistress in her battle gear. How did she look? As fabulous as ever. How long is the cleansing? Maybe we can catch her when everyone returns. You just might. Today's cleansing will be performed by the biggest group to ever take down a dweller. You can expect a swift return. Maybe we should just sit there then. Here then, huh? Haha, don't forget to do your chores now, Oh, come on, we don't even get a break for the eclipse. Not if you want the twins to play with you later. Fine. Fine, fine. Ha ha ha. You good now. And then they all died or something. I suspect. Wow, I can feel the magic coursing through me. You mean you don't always feel it? The tingling? No, this is new. I wish I could see Headmistress Mayora fighting. I bet she takes down the Dweller on her own. She'll die or something. I'm calling it now. She'll die. She could, but the twins have to do some spins and flips and combine their weapons like they showed us. Right? Right. Okay. No more eclipse. They must be on their way back now. Okay, so when we grow up, will we have to fight big monsters too? That's the plan for us, just like anyone else born on a solstice. Doesn't that scare you? Not really. It's not like we will be alone. You will be. And no matter what happens, I will always protect you. You know that, right? Rugaves? Fine, you sleep. I'll keep watch. A few hours later. They have returned. Dead. All dead. Wait. Help, Moraine is gravely hurt. And only Moraine survived. It'll take him a while to heal too, by the looks of it. At least the Dweller of Strife was destroyed. But we lost so many. Moyara and the twins. Moraine will never be the same again. Hey, does that mean he is the headmaster now? Who else? Who else but... Okay, never mind. A few months later at Zenith Academy. Focus, Brugaves. You will never become strong enough if you don't develop your innate magic. I'm trying. Then try harder. You are way too slow. Hey, how about a bit of patience? Do not interfere. Or what? Erlina. That will be all for today. Grumpy old man. Hey, what if we left? You mean right now? Why not? I can move the platform now, so maybe I can also open the Forbidden Cavern. Sure beats staying here. They tried running away. Hello, T-Miles. You always wanted to be like Moyara. Over 20 Solstice warriors died that day, and what, we just move on? I was dumb. I don't want to be a hero anymore. I never wanted to be one. And no matter what I do, Moraine always says I'm not fast enough. I just feel awful. I know, Brugaves. If there's a way out, I'll find it for us. Well, I'm cold. And I'm hungry. We're helpless. Alright, let's go back. Back to learning magic, yay. Go back. You can just call me Tim if you want. It's a Plato thing. My calling myself Timaeus. The book where Yahweh comes from called the mirror in that one tale. Okay. Timaeus. Yes. Timaeus. We'll be exploring the roots of Judaism today. I found a very nice video about it. Again, it will require me to translate, but you know. Later that year, at the Winter Solstice Festival. Look, the great eagle. Oh, the great... Oh, I get it now. Now I get it. A new child of the solstice is born. But the great eagle is like the stork. Read the name. Oh god, it's literally like the stork. Valera. Welcome, Valera. May Luanas might protect you. 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 There you go. We've done it. Got him. 6 months later at the Summer Solstice Festival. Is that the librarian person, alchemist? Did you hear that? The great eagle delivers on 2 solstices in a row. A blessed year. Come on, read the name. Zale. Zale. Welcome, Zale. May Solon's light guide you. May Solon's light guide you. Hello, Fen Sim Forma. Fel Sin Forma. A few years later. Haha, now we're talking. Keep it up, Valera. Yeah. Hey, the snacks are ready. Definitely an interesting topic. Sadly, I will have to leave later because I will actually have to go outside tomorrow so I can stay up to 3 a.m. as usual. But we'll watch the VOD tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you, Spa System. It's okay. Real life is important. Even more important than the Haza time thing. It's true. Are you two joining us? There's plenty for everyone, but I'm not sure we can show you our secret hideout. No time, we have to report to the headmaster. Okay, but please don't look which way we're going. As one there does the dishes. I remember when we were that age, Valera and Zala always make me smile. Or simile. Also the video descent, so it was totally not current to what you said. It's okay. This doesn't matter. What matters is this, that you're synced now. We should leave now. Our next meeting is today at dusk. Right. So you're willing to hear us out this time? Okay. You would rather do without the burden of the Solstice Warrior life, yes? A fresh start, perhaps. What exactly are you offering? The mother's policy. Um, offering. A way out, believe you will deem our terms interesting. Interesting and fruitful too, like fruits. She told. And speak up. You know, the Septuagint translation, right? Judah is misstolen from under. Oh, it's a bit more than that. Gosh, make it sound so horrible. Judaism is stolen. Like, oh my god. That's so mean. That's such a mean thing to say to me. That Judaism is just stolen. Are you calling me a thief? Are you calling Lucy Hadze a thief? A religion thief? We will handle everything else, but only Solstice Warriors can conjure a blood moon. But this world would be destroyed. Not before you go to leave it for a more favorable one. Can you guarantee Brugavus will be safe? Oh, you are so oh, for real? Is that what it is, the deal? Oh my god. You're abandoning the whole world. Bastards. Evelina, Naturally, we even have ways to make you forget this, if that is your wish. Forget and become stronger too. So what will it be? We refuse? Monotheism in Judaism is a very interesting story. At least, according to a certain author that I've read. The Dweller of Woe isn't that powerful, you know. We can take it. Of course, but that other one no one knows about in a mountain that wipes memories, it's been growing for a long time. The acolytes could be bluffing. Not given the knowledge they had of the matriarch, plus it explains the seal. Can't you see this world is doomed regardless? It's not! It's... Oh, you... Ah. Moraine never stopped being a mess, and the kids are way too young to be of any help. I can't accept leaving Valera and Zala behind to die like this. We will add a condition that they can go and live with you. Wouldn't you like that? Billions will die. What if they refuse? The acolytes need us for the Blood Out Moon. They'll have no choice but to accept. Not them, I meant. Hey, wait. Let's pretend for now. We'll talk later. Oh, this is the beginning of the game. Oh, man. There you are. playing in your secret hideout again? We were training. I think I can use magic now. Is that so? Oh my god, it's the beginning of the game. Valere, Zale, please understand. Please accept. No, no, you bastard. Never will I accept. Or something. You will have to speak of the Cossacks as well. The Cossacks are such an interesting topic. Crabs! Oh, wait, no. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Get in. Get in here. Get in here, Mr. Krabs. You caught a clockwork crab. Wow. Incredible. What an incredible achievement. What the? What? What am I, how am I supposed to get this fish? It's impossible. What the hell? For real? Okay, got him. You got it. Swordfish. You got a swordfish. Okay, that's enough for now. I'm gonna cook later. If only we could find a city. If only we could find a sustainable city. Not a translation. Where are the originals? How can Hebrew have 9k words? You feel anything and use Hebrew can back. And you say Hebrew can back translate that? I didn't make this math up, nor am I the only academic who knows this. Look it up, love you all, but no. Wait. What do you mean Greek for 350k words and Hebrew only 9k words? What are you basing the thing on? I'm confused by what you're saying. I am confused by you, T-Mouse. T-Mouse. Tim. Like Tim Drake from Batman. What is this big shroom? Oh. How interesting. How intriguing. It doesn't have 350k words unless you count tenses as different words. I see. The Clockwork Castle is on the east side of Mess Island. We'll have to cross it on foot. There's something special about Mess Island, don't you think? Maybe the ingredients and the fish. Mess Island was about time. Oh, it's time for my... Wait, can't I talk to you? Is it impossible to talk to you? It is, I guess. It's nice to stretch my legs a bit, says this person. I imagine both of these numbers are made up. I want to hear a story. Hello, Maya Mayor. Oh, you do like the Rena emote, don't you? We'll be playing that game soon. Sooner than you think. Did you know that the Metal Gear collection is out? We could be playing a Metal Gear game right now. We could be playing Metal Gear and going through the most political game. We could be playing politics. It's a political channel, so we should be playing a political game. I could get it for us, you know. The two alchemists. Countless millennia ago, two powerful alchemists named Rashan and Eforul set out to create the elixir of life and succeeded. Oh wow. Though things in alchemy come at a price, the gift of immortality caused their bodies to decay, leading them to conceal their hideousness under colorful robes. Revealing at first in the bright side of their immortal coil, they spent centuries nurturing the world and creating wonders to inspire its mortals. Over time, however, Eforul grew increasingly jealous of the ephemerality he would never taste again. Thus began his wicked journey into the forbidden schools of alchemy, a journey which would see every last bit of good in his heart dissipate, as he experimented with soul, bone, flesh, and blood alike. As fate would have it, Eforul fully embraced evil and emerged as the Fleshmancer, a vengeful immortal plaguing the world with his monstrous creations. Hasham tried intervening as best he could, but all that ensued was unspeakable chaos and collateral damage as the two former friends fought with godlike powers. After much struggle, Rashan discovered the Flesh Minion's only weakness is to be solar and lunar magic, a power bestowed upon those born during a solstice. He began training these children to become solstice warriors, singularly tasked with culling the members of the Fleshmancer's creations. But Aforul's knowledge was also growing. Eventually he became capable of creating oddities of unlimited potential known as dwellers. They would be impervious to all forms of magic except during a total eclipse, when solstice warriors would have a very strong, short window to attempt taking them down. And dwellers, it turned out, were creatures in development feeding on local life. Left to their own devices for too long, they would evolve into world eaters, spelling doom for all. Armed with knowledge and power, solstice warriors would patrol the world, tracking dwellers to determine which should be taken down during the next eclipse. If they remained vigilant, there would never be a world eater, but Resham knew such a stalemate would only cause Aferol to devise something even worse. In a desperate attempt to get ahead, Rashan boldly performed transmutation alchemy on the very space-time continuum itself. After successfully splitting reality into countless timelines and parallel worlds, he shelved his alchemy vial and took up the mantle of archivist. On an endless journey across all realities, he would catalog every possible outcome in search of a resolution to the throes of the Flashmancer. Meanwhile, Efrol rejoiced at the infinite number of opportunities for destruction that had just opened up to him. To find some measure of peace amidst their mortal conflict, the two alchemists made a pact to let the fate of each timeline play out on its own. And so the game of cat and mouse began, played by dwellers and solstice warriors on one level and by Rashan and Ephorol on another. Okay, I'm gonna watch it. Across the myriad of timelines and overly numerous centuries, some worlds would never be visited by Ephorol, while others would be cursed by his mark. Once marked, it was only a matter of time until a world met its finality, often following centuries of struggle. Each would either be destroyed by a world eater or permanently saved by the ascension of a pair of solstice warriors into guardian gods. As to when Rashan plans on recomposing the timelines or whether he even knows how remains to be seen. The end. The end. That was interesting, wasn't it? Okay, let's see here. Here. How long have we been at this? 51 minutes. I'm gonna watch your link soon. Oh. How are you today? All 7 of you. Well. We have a crowd. We have a crowd. I'm gonna do the HRT. And then we're gonna do you know what? You know what? Tired, but otherwise good. That's good. Look, I take the blocker that I have to take every evening / night. See those two? These are my... I'm gonna do a zoom in. Blue pill plus white pill. Blue pilled and white pilled. It's true, please believe it. I have taken the next step. Didn't deny it, did you? Okay, I guess we can go to sleep. Rest. Wait, I didn't... Okay, I'm just gonna cook separately. I can still cook. Oh. I wonder what Greater Rain is up to today. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Wonder what Greater Rain is up to today. Let's go to the... There you go. I wrote it. I wrote it in the thing. Oh, 9 people. It worked. There are more people watching now. It worked. I knew that it would work. Excellent. I have used my vile charms. Because I've got vile charms. Moonerang. This game has really good soundtrack, doesn't it? Really nice. I'm thinking what to tackle on... What to tackle. Should it be... the Cossacks or... I'm feeling the Cossacks today. How does everybody feel? Cossacks or Judaism? What would you like more? The legendary free warriors or the legendary book nerds? Which one? Alright. Both will require for me to translate a lot. The Cossacks. The Zaporozhian Cossacks. The Zaporozhian Cossacks. The warriors who are said to be... who are very important to Ukraine's national identity building, let's just say. Judaism? Okay. I've got a special video. I've not watched it fully myself yet, but I think it might be interesting. It's a radio show, believe it or not. We're gonna be translating a radio show. From Polish. A radio show, isn't that exciting? I hope it's exciting. I have my hopes up that your excitement is reaching its peak right now. Moonerang. Look at my skills. Look at how good I am. Uh-oh. You... Never mind. This is what happens when I start bragging. I lose. Wait, maybe I'm quiet? Now I'm not quiet anymore. Oh. Boom. Amazing. Combo. The Flashmancer. Judaism. Alright, Judaism is one out. Ow! Apologies, gigglers. Oh! There's a chest here. We're getting the chest. Leaf cape. Interesting. So he's a zombie. I wish I could play this game on Steam, but it keeps crashing a few seconds after I started. Wait, why? Why does it keep... I played on Steam. That's so weird. Have you tried looking into a cause? I played this game on Steam. It's so... Huh. So weird. You should try looking into a reason why that happens. Attack! Moonerang? I wonder. Oh, wait. Should get good HP. That makes no sense. I tried troubleshooting, but nothing worked. It's so weird. Since the demo works just fine, I probably should get it on Switch instead. Maybe, yeah. If you have a Switch, then you should get it on Switch, I agree. But that's provided you've got a Switch. I don't have a Switch. I am too poor a soul to buy a Switch. Lucy has this 2-4 for a switch. I have a Switch. I've been playing Sonic Superstars with my sis. How is that? How is Sonic Superstars? It's alright, but the multiplayer is super buggy. Oh yeah? How's the gameplay like? Maple syrup. This game is so good. You should get it on the Switch. Oh. I didn't mean to do that. Stays like a standard 2D Sonic game, not as good as Sonic Mania. Oh. I do like Sonic games, the 2D ones. It's a sewer. A sewer. A sewer. A sewer. It's a sewer. Oh wait. Haha. Oh. It's a sewer. Uh-oh. I'm more of a 3D Sonic fan myself. The most 3D Sonics that I have played were Sonic Adventure 1 and 2. Those were basically the only 3D Sonic games that I've really played for a long time. I played them on the Dreamcast. There we go. Tough enemies. Okay, we're going up. Yay. We got it. Forever. Oh. How is this? What is this? Oh! That's very interesting. Huh. How are these enemies? Smiling mushrooms, yeah. Boink, bonk. Boom. Oh. Got him. You got it. blocked it still. Metal Gear, it cannot be. Metal Gear. Metal Girl. Oh. There's nothing here. Oh. Wait. So. Remember that if you're enjoying this, you can always decide to donate or something. Remember, that's always an option. What? Huh. Huh. I don't get it. Boing. But I cannot jump up here. I cannot jump up here. I cannot jump up here. What am I doing? Oh. Wait. Hold on. I cannot jump on this. It makes... Hey, maybe there's something else here. I don't know, I'm stuck again. How will I unstuck myself without greater aim to help? Wait, maybe I can... No. Maybe it's time for politics or something. My brain is too small for this puzzle. My brain capacity has been reached or something. What do you think I should do? Oh. Don't give up, Lucy. Hello, Dexmex. I will not give up. I will do my best not to give up. Do you have a hint? Do you have a hint? What's in Dexmex? You should Donate. Support your favorite streamer. What do I do? No. Wait, as in, what was that a response to? You don't have a hint or you don't have a donation? What was that a response to? Probably both. Knowing life, it's probably both. Wait. Knowing life, it's probably both. Oh? I don't know. If I get stuck for too long, we're doing politics. Oh wait, what? What was that? Oh. Oh. I guess we're unstuck now. Interesting. Okay, let's go. Wait, that did not help me at all. Hold on. We got a hint. We got a hint about what to do. Hold on. Hold on. Not really, no. But now look at this. We can do this. Aha! Yes! Amazing. Yay! We have unstuck ourselves. Isn't this amazing? We have big brains. Big brains. Boing. Boom. We did it, yes. We can be proud of this achievement. Proud and stuff. We might die now. No, we ain't dying. It ain't over till it's over. It ain't all over till it's all over. There we go. Okay. We might die after all. Wait, swap. What is your opinion on Sunday reaction on Aristocracy? Which one? Which one? You will have to specify. You will have to specify, friend, because there's more than one reaction of President Sunday to Aristocracy. So which one are you referring to? Oh, so what did you think, Maya Mayar? I mean, there are a lot of Twitter reactions to Aristocracy, so... Oh? The first one, I guess. To Twitter post. Oh! I've not seen that. We could react to it today. We could react to it today if you want. The night is still young. Certainly. I don't mind reacting to it. I have not seen it. Give me that wheat. I need it to cook. I wanna cook. Do you think someone lives here? I live here. Welcome, welcome. Harrison completely off the deep end said that the death of Israelis was genocide, while the death of Palestinians was just yeah. I am familiar with the tweet. I'm just not familiar with the response from President Sunday. I am familiar with the tweet itself. I am Yomara, a simple hermit. Yeah, we've already met your sister. Please, there's no need for that tone. Ramaya's evil ways are precisely that, Ramaya's. I agree with the president. It's just Eris being pro-Israel and not having the same amount of sympathy for the Palestine yeah. Well, I will have to react to it, won't I? I am but a neutral observer in the affairs of this world. You're a seer, aren't you? Does that mean we're getting a prophecy again? Why, if it ain't the warrior cook? I have been expecting you. Please, eat a fruit from my tree. Really? Don't mind if I do. It's poison. It's poison, so you're screwed. Just one now. The taste is unbelievable. What are they called? Pears. Oh my god! They're just regular pears. Well, I would never use pears for cooking. They're perfect just the way they are. I knew you were the chosen one. Being a seer has its perks, like knowing who is capable of fully appreciating a fresh pear. So, Sanuviro goes over more statements from Eris than just that. Well, I'm looking forward to it then. To be fair, I admire her honesty. She doesn't hide her bias and even admits willingly. I'm not sure if that's an admirable trait. I'm not sure if it's admirable, to be honest. Russians also don't. Russians also are honest and don't hide their bias. And I don't think I admire Russians. I'm sorry. Just to look for a comparison. A little bit of a comparison. Okay. That's it? Yes, the threads of fate seldom speak to me about the near future. They only deal in the cataloging or grander arcs. My apologies, but I have no insights for you. You. You are. A cold breeze is rising. Why don't you come in for a little bit so that I can poison you? Now, which volume was it? Probably somewhere with my older work. The spirit what will carry the night. I was really overthinking titles back then. Primal Fear, no. Oh, that's where I put Fate of Seasons. It's a shame since I used to watch her content and she had a better approach to the Israel-Palestine assertion than now. I've watched some of her stuff in the past as well. I even contributed in the chat, if I remember correctly, and my comments were read out and commented on as correct. And then she goes back as a historian and pulls up some insane numbers about Soviet Union and the other. Wait, when? What? What numbers about Soviet Union and other wait, what? I need some context on that statement, please. Can you elaborate on that? Also, please bear in mind, numbers are not what make a genocide. Any historian, any scholar will tell you genocide is not about numbers. That's a big misconception. Genocide is not one big numbers. That's not what classifies genocide as a genocide. Numbers. Ah, there it is. Ethereal Occurrences Volume 2. Let's see here. Oh yes, I remember now. Another prophecy. This is exciting. Ahem, Immortal Alchemist, step forward. Excuse me? You can fancy yourself a god if you like, but you remain bound by fate all the same. Now listen up. During your travels with these young adventurers, you will meet the dead of a forgotten race. Among them will be one asking to fight alongside Solstice warriors. Be welcoming, for this entity's unbreakable will is the key to achieving the one great feat of alchemy that eludes you still. What is she talking about? Living glass. Could it truly be? Deconstructing, huh? Thank you, Crown of the Marsh. That will be all. I carry a small inventory of items for sale if you need, and the fireplace is yours if you want to cook or rest. Oh, and you will need a key to progress further here. Literally game language. Thanks, Yamara. Be well. Sell me items. The acolytes are probably watching. Don't let your guard down. Yamara's spear was unreal. What Yamara said to Rasham, what did she mean? Living glass. Shoop, 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 boom. Okay, we might as well wait. What time is it? Okay, just a few more minutes and we will start politics. Our favorite thing on this channel, polity. After all, as fake Alec Kyle Parker says, this is a polity channel. Isn't that right? Isn't that right? Dex Max and Maya Mayor. Let's see, do you have better things on schedule? Wait, better things than what? What are you talking about? Am I being criticized right now? Better things than what? Am I being roasted? I do have a pretty interesting thing today. Then the Eris thingy. Well, I will be delving into the origins of Judaism, or Judaism as in they, and you would say in English. Side, yes, yes. I've got a few things. Also, I got a thing on the Cossacks. The Zaporozhian Cossacks, in case you were wondering. So I guess the answer is yes. Polity, that's right. Gonna do a lot of polity. Oh. I guess we're saving the game and doing the polity now. There's no time like right now to do polity. It's a radio show. Quick. Who at me? Oh! Somniostatic. No wonder Somniostatic is watching. Watching this great achievement. Oh, hatchling round. Someone joined. Who is this? Who joined the giggle chord? Capo. Okay, we're doing it. We're doing the polity. That's what you've been waiting for, isn't it? And I found the perfect video. Hey. At first, toilet, okay? I will do the toilet. Touch yourself. What a song name. Touch yourself. Trying to find the video. Wait. Where's the video? No. There we go. Found it. I found it forever. So I got the link. And now I'm gonna go to the toilet. I'm gonna go to the toilet and I'm gonna do toiletry things. Unspeakable things. Unspeakable. Fabulous secrets were bestowed upon me. Title changed. Now I go to the toilet. This is gonna be a tough exercise in I lost my train of thought. But yes, I'm going to the toilet now. Oh. I have to go as well. I will be there at the VOD. Okay. I'll be right back. Get more gigglers in here or something. Okay. Sorry. Ready to do polity. I wonder. I'm eating a bit. Ptasie mleczko. Okay, are you ready? We are ready to rumble. Mm. What the? Ready! It's the radio. Just hope the radio won't get axed. One moment, please. I have to do. Alright, I'm back. So, when did Yahweh become the only God? Professor Łukasz Niesiołowski Spano speaks. Beginnings of Judaism. From which cults was the mighty God of Israel born? Is the question of today's radio show. I wonder if it has subtitles. I've not even considered that this might have. Oh, no. Never mind. Gee. Why do those channels do this? Why do those Polish channels? Why are those Polish channels always so short-sighted? Why do they not get that if they translate the things that they do, they'd be just much more oh, why don't they get that it would be just more, I don't know, widespread, more people would watch it if it wasn't just in Polish? And as it looks, it's just, you know what I mean? It's just for some niche audience, as it is right now. It's annoying. Okay, let's get into it without further ado.
Tak naprawdę w momencie, kiedy pisano opowieść o ofiarze z Izaaka, to nie
Okay, just without any introduction, it just gets into it. In truth, when the story of the sacrifice of Isaac was written,
nikt ofiar z dzieci już nie składał. To
nobody made sacrifices from children anymore.
jest opowieść intelektualisty
It is a story of an intellectual
dla innego intelektualisty,
for other intellectuals.
gdzie są granice ufności w Bogu.
Where are the limits? Where are the boundaries of trust towards God?
Radio naukowe.
Już nie składano, bo wcześniej owszem
They weren't making those sacrifices anymore, but before they did.
poświęcano pierworodnych w ofierze dla Jahwe.
It's true that way before it was written, sacrifices of firstborn were made for Yahweh.
To najpewniej ślady tradycyjnych form religijności nakładają
And those were probably little bits of remains of other religions that become parts of Judaism.
się na jachwizm w starożytności.
Or rather not Judaism, Yahwism. So those sacrifices were bits and pieces of old cults and religions that became part of Yahwism
Palestynie, a
in ancient Palestine.
Ofiary z własnego dziecka słyszymy nawet współcześnie.
And the echoes of sacrifices of children can be heard even to this day
W kościołach.
in the churches.
Zapraszam Was na wielką podróż do początków judaizmu
I would like to invite you for a long journey to the beginnings of Judaism
i powstania koncepcji Boga Wszechobecnego.
the creation of the concept of a God that is all present.
Karolina Głowacka, dzień dobry. To jest
This is Karolina Głowacka. Hello.
Radio Naukowe. Działamy dzięki
This is the Scientific Radio, and we operate thanks to being sponsored
wsparciu na patronite.pl
from Patronite. Patronite is this Polish equivalent of Patreon. If you were curious about this, Patronite is like the Polish Patreon, which I don't really use Patronite. I just use Patreon.
Radio Naukowe. Odcinek 164.
164th episode.
Zaczynamy.
Let's begin.
Ladies and gentlemen,
This discovery has taken a long time.
we have detected gravitational waves.
This year's prize is about rewriting the code of life.
My body is very limited. My mind is free to explore the universe.
We are not making science for science. We are making science for the benefit of humanity.
Radio naukowe. Włącz wiedzę.
Profesor Łukasz Niesiełowski z PANO odwiedził studio Radia Naukowego.
So, Professor Łukasz Niesiełowski from the Polish Science Academy, or rather the National Academy of Science, has joined us today.
Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry.
Good morning, and good morning to you. Likewise.
Historyk starożytności specjalizujący się
A historian of ancient times which specializes
w tematyce historii starożytnej Palestyny,
in the topic of ancient Palestine,
dziekan Wydziału Historii Uniwersytetu Warszawskiego,
a dean of the Warsaw History Department, of the Warsaw University History Department.
Już z profesorem rozmawiałam w
We have already talked with you, Professor.
Radiu Naukowym. Zostawiam oczywiście linki do poprzednich odcinków. Dzisiaj zajmiemy się początkami judaizmu.
Today we will be talking about the beginnings of Judaism.
źródłem tej wielkiej religii, z
a source of this enormous religion,
której wyrosły przecież kolejne to
from which others grew.
truizmy. Kiedy tego szukać? W którym momencie
In which historical moment should we begin our search for the beginnings of Judaism?
historii?
Niby proste pytanie, a strasznie
Takie
It seems like a simple question, but it's actually very complicated.
na
skomplikowana
początek, prawda?
No to jak w wielu wypadkach,
As in many cases,
początki to jest proces.
as in many cases, the beginnings of Judaism were a process.
Nie wydarzenie punktowe.
It wasn't a single event.
W nomenklaturze rzeczywiście używamy pojęcia judaizm na określenie religii,
In our nomenclature, we indeed use the word Judaism to describe the religion
wyznawanej przez Żydów w starożytności,
that was practiced by Jewish people
ale nie
in ancient times,
jest to religia jednolita przez całą
but it is not a singular religion
starożytność.
throughout ancient times.
Przyjęło się mówić, że
It has been accepted to say
judaizm od powiedzmy I czy II wieku naszej
that Judaism since the first and second centuries of our era
ery ma już taką formę, która w niewielkim tylko stopniu będzie
has its form
ulegać zmianie do
takes the form which will only undergo slight changes from the first and second century to today.
współczesności. No, nie będę wchodził tutaj we współczesne podziały w judaizmie.
I will not discuss the modern divisions within Judaism,
Między ortodoksyjny,
or for example between the Orthodox,
konserwatywny,
conservative,
liberalny odłam
liberal,
synagogi, ale mniej więcej jest tak,
but more or less
że w czasach
it is like this. During the Roman times,
rzymskich, po 70 roku naszej ery, kiedy
after the year 70 of our era,
zburzono świątynię jerozolimską,
when the Jerusalem temple was destroyed,
większość Żydów
most Jewish people
tworzy dość spójny system
create a very unified system,
religijny, który nazywamy judaizmem.
create a very unified system of religion, which we refer to as Judaism.
On będzie ulegał zmianie poprzez doprecyzowanie różnych
It will undergo changes by adding more precision
zasad religijnych.
to certain religious rules.
Między innymi w II wieku powstaje
For example, in the second century,
tekst, który się nazywa Miszna.
a text called Mishnah is written.
To jest zestaw takich właściwie przepisów
It is a collection of rules,
religijnych,
religious rules,
który doprecyzowuje te
which sort of specify
obyczaje, które
those customs
prawdopodobnie w tradycji ustnej funkcjonowały
which probably functioned in oral tradition
i zostały teraz dopowiedziane, co należy, czego nie
and were now very directly specified which can and which cannot be done,
należy robić w różnych
or
sytuacjach.
rather which you do and what should you not do in certain situations.
Następnym etapem w ewolucji
The next step in the evolution
judaizmu będą
of Judaism will be
dwa wielkie teksty
two great religious texts.
religijne, czyli najpierw Talmud jerozolimski, potem
First the Jerusalem Talmud,
Talmud babiloński.
and then the Babylonian Talmud.
To są też jakby wykładnie rabinów
Those were texts laid out by the rabbis
uczonych w piśmie,
who were experts in the writing,
dotyczących tak naprawdę prawa zwyczajowego,
and those were concerned with customary law.
ale również trochę takie jakby opowieści typu
And also a little bit of stories
midraszowej w tym
like Midrash.
materiale się znajduje i to jest jakby dopowiedzenie, jak należy ten świat religijny pojmować.
And it's basically was also a specification, elaboration on how the religious world should be treated
Przy założeniu, i to jest
within the confines of an assumption
dla judaizmu fundament, że najważniejszym źródłem prawdy religijnej jest
that the most important source of religious truth
Tora,
is the Torah.
czyli pięcioksiąg mojżeszowy,
So the 5 books of Moses,
do którego dobudowano dwa
to which two build-ups were added.
inne zespoły tekstów. To są prorocy, czyli
The prophets
Nawim, i pisma, czyli Ketuvim.
and the writings, Ketuvim.
Razem te trzy elementy, Tora,
And together those three elements, the Torah,
pisma i prorocy,
the scripture, the writings and the prophecies,
w judaizmie czy po hebrajsku
in Judaism or in Hebrew,
określa się skrótem Tanach, czyli właśnie
you describe that with one word, the Tanakh.
Ta od Tora,
From Torah,
Na od Nawim
Na od Navim,
i Ketuvim, czyli pisma. I to
and
są
Ketuvim.
plus minus to, co my
And that is plus minus,
chrześcijanie nazywają Starym Testamentem.
and that is plus minus this what we in Christianity call the Old Testament. That's the thing.
Nie jest to dokładnie jednolite w różnych też odłamach.
It's not exactly unified in many different branches,
Ponieważ jak Państwo otworzą Biblię wydaną przez protestantów,
because if you open the Protestant Bible,
to znajdą inną liczbę ksiąg niż
then you will find a different number of books
w Biblii katolickiej czy
than in the Catholic Bible
prawosławnej.
or Eastern Orthodox.
No ale dla judaizmu mówimy o tekstach,
But for Judaism, we speak of the texts
które były pisane i zachowały się po hebrajsku lub
that were written and preserved in Hebrew
w niewielkim stopniu po aramejsku.
and in some small part in Aramaic.
No to mówisz o tym w pewnym sensie finale kształtowania
So in a way, you're speaking of the finale of the formation
się
of
judaizmu, bo
Judaism.
jasne, że to mówiłeś o tym, że on się później jeszcze po tym drugim
Because of course you say that it changed after the 2nd century.
wieku delikatnie modyfikował,
It was modified slightly
były te podziały, ale
and that there were those divisions. But
mnie szalenie ciekawi, kiedy
I am incredibly intrigued by
się on wyłania. Mówisz, że to
the question of when did Judaism first emerge?
jest proces, to może tak
You're saying that was a process.
zapytam.
So maybe I will ask you this.
Kiedy były pierwsze wzmianki o Jahwe?
When did the first mentions of Yahweh start? When was the God of Judaism first mentioned ever?
O których wiemy.
What are the first mentions of Hashem that we know of?
Dobrze, to teraz idziemy w głęboką
Tak.
starożytność.
We're really going into deep ancient times now. We're going far back into ancient times.
No więc Jahwe jest Bogiem o bardzo dziwnej proweniencji, ponieważ
So Yahweh is a god of a very, oh my god, the fancy language. Sorry, I have to translate this. Prewiniencja. My gosh. Wait. Wait, I have to listen to this word again.
ważność. No więc Jahwe jest Bogiem o bardzo dziwnej proweniencji, ponieważ
Okay, so Yahweh is a god of very strange provenance. I'm gonna take you back to the past. That's right.
mamy,
Because we have,
no oczywiście Stary Testament mówi, że to
of course, the Old Testament says
jest Bóg Izraela,
that it's the God of Israel.
natomiast
However,
ze źródeł pozabiblijnych
from sources outside of the Bible,
o Jahwe wiemy bardzo mało
we know very little about Yahweh,
i mamy tak naprawdę kłopot ze wskazaniem pochodzenia tego bóstwa.
and we actually have a real problem with pinpointing the source of this God.
W tej chwili na ogół się zgadzają badacze,
Researchers usually agree nowadays. When was this? 1 month ago.
że Jahwe jest taką odmianą
That Yahweh is a form.
lokalną Boga nieba, który
That Yahweh is a local form of the God of the sky,
pod imieniem El jest
which was sort of worshipped under the name of El.
często czczony w panteonach, powiedzmy w wybrzeżu syropalestyńskim.
And was worshipped at the coast, Syro-Palestinian coastline.
No i ma jakieś wspólne cechy w różnych odmianach swoich.
And has certain connected aspects in many different iterations.
To jest taki Bóg sędzia, Bóg stwórca,
So it's a God who is a judge, a God who is a creator,
Bóg sprawiedliwości.
the God of justice,
I jako Bóg nieba jest również
as a God of heaven,
takim Bogiem
or the sky rather,
najwyższym,
or as the God of the sky, he is as the highest God,
który jest otoczony gronem bogów niższego rzędu.
who is surrounded by gods of lower order.
W mitologii zachowanej w tekstach z Ugarit, to jest
In the mythology, in the texts that have been preserved from Ugarit,
XIV-wieczny
that 14th century
korpus tekstów znajdujący
collection of texts
się, znaczy miasto leżące na wybrzeżu syryjskim.
found within the coastline of Syria.
To jest takie, powiedzmy, jeden z nielicznych
It's one of the only remaining
zespołów źródeł, które nam
big sort of collection of sources
trochę pozwala o późnej epoce brązu coś powiedzieć,
that allows us to speak a bit on the late bronze period
jeśli chodzi o jej wierzenia.
when it comes to beliefs.
XIV-wiecznych przed naszą erą.
14
oczywiście.
przed
14th century before our age, so minus 14.
naszą erą, tak. Tam mamy na przykład mit o walce
We have, for example, there a myth about the battle
o hegemonię między
for hegemony among
Balem,
Baal,
bogiem burzy, który
the god of thunder,
próbuje zyskać na znaczeniu, powiedzmy, w Panteonie,
who tries to gain relevance in the pantheon,
i Motem, który jest bogiem
and the Mot,
zaświatów
who is the god of the underworld, the afterlife.
i ten wątek na przykład Bala umierającego
And this sort of topic, this sort of theme of Baal dying
i odradzającego się na
and being reborn in the spring,
wiosnę, które znamy w wersji greckiej z
which we know in the Greek version
Persefoną, czy
with Persephone
z egipskim z Ozyrysem, że
or Egyptian Osiris,
bóstwo umiera i się odradza.
that the goddess dies and is reborn.
Jest elementem, który w tym horyzoncie
It's an element that in this religious horizon
religijnym otaczającym Izrael jest
surrounding Israel
znany.
is known.
El albo Jahwe jako
El or Yahweh,
emanacja Ela nie ma
as the emanation of El,
takiej cechy, nie ma
does not have this trait.
możliwości bycia Bogiem płodności.
El does not have the capability of being the god of fertility.
Jest to bóstwo patronujące jakiejś grupie ludzi.
It is a god. El is a god that has the patronage, that is a patron of a certain group of people.
No i tutaj zaczyna się trochę spekulacja. To
And this is where the speculation begins.
znaczy, w zależności od tego, co powiemy o historii Izraela jako etnogenezie tego
Depending on what we will say about the history of Israel, its ethnogenesis
ludu,
of the people,
ja myślę, że jesteśmy w XI-XII wieku przed naszą erą,
I think we are in the 11th. Let me check again.
tego, co powiemy o historii Izraela jako etnogenezie tego ludu. Ja myślę, że jesteśmy w XI-XII wieku przed naszą erą,
I think we are in the 11th, 12th era before our age.
kiedy coś na Pogórzu Efraimskim się zmienia
When something on the Ephraim, in Ephraim changes,
i jakaś ludność zaczyna w inny sposób niż
and a people start seeing,
otaczająca ich kultura kananejska
and some people are starting to see things differently than their surrounding Canaan culture.
funkcjonować, to oni zapewne w jakimś sensie identyfikują się właśnie jako wierni Jahwe, ale
And they start identifying as people who are loyal to Yahweh. But of course, oh, sorry.
my to wiemy z
We know that from the Bible,
Biblii, a nie ze źródeł pozabiblijnych. I to
and not from the sources that are outside of the Bible.
jest nasz wielki dramat, ponieważ
And that is our big drama,
nie mamy
our big dilemma.
źródeł, które by potwierdzały, że Jahwe jest Bogiem Izraelitów,
We don't have any sources that would confirm that Yahweh is the God of Israelites.
w tym momencie, kiedy Izrael wytwarza się jako osobna grupa. No,
We don't really have any sources that would confirm that Yahweh was the God of Israelites when Israelites were emerging as a separate group.
nie chcę użyć etniczna, bo to
I don't want to use the word ethnic
nie jest etnos jeszcze,
because it was not ethnos yet,
ale jakaś grupa.
but it was a group.
To, gdzie jesteśmy bezpieczni, to jest
Where we are safe
wtedy, kiedy pojawiają się źródła
is when sources appear
pisane również pozabiblijne
that were written outside of the Bible,
i to jesteśmy już w trochę późniejszym okresie, czyli w
and we are a little bit in a later period.
IX wieku.
That's the 9th century before our era.
W IX wieku przed naszą erą pojawia się strukturalne
There is a structural
państwo o nazwie Izrael
so in that era, the 9th era before the 9th century before our era, a structured state country of Israel emerges
ze stolicą w Samarii,
with its capital in Samaria,
którego twórcą jest Omri, a potem Achab,
whose creator is Omria.
jego syn jest jego wielkim
I have to
budownikiem,
listen.
którego twórcą jest Omri, a potem
Omri is his creator,
Achab, jego syn
and Ahab, his son, is the great builder of it.
jest jego wielkim budowniczym. I dla tego państwa widać wielki sukces Jahwe.
And for this country, we see a huge success of Yahweh.
Prawdopodobnie mamy sytuację, w której dynastia
It is most probably that we are dealing with a situation in which a dynasty
promuje swojego Boga opiekuna
promotes its how should I say, protective deity. So a dynasty promotes its protective deity,
jakim jest właśnie Jahwe,
and Yahweh was this deity, Yahweh,
buduje wielką świątynię w Samarii
and builds a great temple in Samaria, patron god, patron god,
i robi coś, co mamy analogię dla tego
and does something for which we have an analogy
W tekstach pozabiblijnych,
in the texts which are outside of the Bible,
między innymi tak zwana stela Meszy, to jest
and among them Stelamesh.
Mesza był królem Moabu, to jest
Nasha was a king of Moabu.
sąsiadujące z Izraelem
It was a country that was neighboring Israel
królestwo na wschodzie, za
in the south, behind Jordan.
Jordanem. I tam jest podobny mechanizm zrobiony, jak zrobili Izraelici czy królowie
And over there was a very similar mechanism that the Israelites did with Yahweh.
izraelscy z Bogiem. Mianowicie podbijając
So in other words,
jakiś teren,
when they conquered a certain terrain,
zakładają świątynię swojego bóstwa, czyli
they created a temple of their god.
bóstwa, które jest opiekunem dynastii,
So the god that was a patron of the dynasty.
i niejako mówią podbitej ludności.
And then they say to the conquered people,
A teraz złóżcie ofiarę temu bóstwu,
and now place a sacrifice to this god,
bo ten gest lojalności wobec bóstwa jest
because this act of loyalty to this god
tożsamy z lojalnością wobec dynastii, której to bóstwo patronuje.
is equivalent to the act of loyalty to the dynasty of which the god is a patron.
Czyli są sklejone, tak?
One są ze sobą
Te
połączone.
potęgi,
So those things were connected.
rozumiem, wzajemnie się też napędzają. Potęga
Tak.
państwa, potęga Boga.
Dynastia
So basically those things were interconnected. The power of the ruling family was tied with God and vice versa.
wybrała tego Boga w rozumowaniu
Mają potęga
Tak.
państwa, potęga Boga.
Dynastia
The power of the state was tied to the power of God.
wybrała tego Boga
The dynasty chose this particular God.
w rozumowaniu religijnym. Bóg wspiera tę dynastię
In a religious understanding, the God supports the dynasty.
i my w symbolicznym języku zależności
And in the symbolic language of relation,
mówimy, wszyscy poddani tej dynastii
we say that all people under this
są
dynasty
poddanymi tego Boga.
are also under this God. All subjects of this dynasty are also the subjects of this particular God.
I odwrotnie.
And vice versa, of course. All subjects to this God are automatically subject to this particular dynasty.
I to jest prawdopodobnie moment, teraz będzie rzecz ważna,
And this is probably the moment, and this is a very important part.
więc podkreślam, bo to jest
So I will stress this because this is
potencjalnie
potentially
informacja dla niektórych nowa,
information that will be for some very new.
w którym po raz pierwszy kult Jahwe trafia do Jerozolimy.
This is when the cult of Yahweh, reaches Jerusalem for the very first time. Hello, Arkyle.
Ponieważ wszystko wskazuje na to, że Jerozolima ma
Everything suggests that Jerusalem.
jakiegoś Boga z epoki brązu jeszcze,
Everything suggests that Jerusalem before that had its own God from the Bronze era
i o innych cechach,
that were different from that the God had different traits from Yahweh,
innym imieniu.
and that God had a different name.
Dyskusje mogą trwać, czy to jest Szalem,
And the discussions can rage if that name was Shalem,
na co by wskazywała nazwa miasta, tak?
which would be sort of corroborated by the name of the city.
Bo miasto Jerozolima to
The city of Jerusalem,
jest Uruszalimu, to
Urushalimu,
jest pierwotne w epoce brązu brzmienie tego
that's the original name from the Bronze Age,
toponimu. To znaczyłoby miasto Szalema.
which would mean the city of Shalem.
Więc jest takie bóstwo Szalim, więc może
So there's a god called Shalim.
jest tak, że pierwotnym bogiem Jerozolimy jest właśnie Szalim.
So it's possible that the original god of Jerusalem was Shalim.
Natomiast w IX wieku, kiedy Izrael powiększa swoje terytorium,
So in the 9th century before our era, when Israel expands its territory
pełny zasięg i w tym wchłania również Jerozolimę,
and also incorporates Jerusalem,
osadzają tam swoich urzędników,
they place their what's the term? Clerics. They place their clerics, their officials there. This is an intense history lesson. So their clerics were put there, their officials,
kogoś w rodzaju wicekróla,
and someone who has the role of a vice king.
i budują tam świątynię Boga z Samarii,
And they build there a temple for the God of Samaria,
Boga izraelskiego,
the Israeli God,
którym jest Jahwe,
who is Yahweh.
i on po prostu się przyjął.
And he was simply accepted.
I to, co my mamy w Biblii, jakby już nawet nie ma tej pamięci o tym, że
And the thing that we have in the Bible, we don't even have this memory of.
Jahwe w Jerozolimie nie jest pierwotny.
We don't really have this notion anymore that Yahweh Hashem was not the first God within Jerusalem, that Jerusalem had a God before.
Ale prawdopodobnie rzeczywiście tak się tam pojawił.
But it is very probable that that is how Yahweh was installed within Jerusalem.
Już tak myślę, że nie wypada zachować takich rzeczy w Świętej Księdze, ale to
Well, I would think that it's not really, there would be a bit of a faux pas to keep this little detail in a holy book.
trochę inna rozmowa, jak Biblia była pisana. O czym
Because, of course, there's a totally different discussion how the Bible was written,
zresztą też Łukasz Niesiałowski z Pana szczegółowo opowiadał.
which, of course, you talked about in great detail.
Ja bym chciała poprosić Cię o to, żebyś nakreślił taką wizję
I would like to ask you to draw for us a certain vision,
geograficzno-klimatyczną.
a geographical and also climatic vision
Świata, w którym Jahwe
of the world in which Yahweh
się pojawia.
has arrived.
Czytałam w Twojej książce i profesor Krystyny Stebnickiej
I have read in your book,
jej historia Żydów w starożytności. Bardzo
I have read in your book called The History of Jewish People Within Ancient
wam
Palestine,
polecam. Wszystko, co się tutaj dzisiaj będę mądrzyć, to wiem właśnie z tej książki, że w zasadzie nie był to jakiś zachęcający teren. Egipt
that Palestine was not a very encouraging place. It was not a very great place. It was like, no, I should frame it differently.
właśnie z tej książki, że w zasadzie nie był to jakiś zachęcający
It
teren.
was not a very enticing place. There you go. I used a different thing.
Egipt fajnie, bogato,
Egypt, great, rich.
żyźnie od
The land was fertile.
Nilu, Mezopotamia,
The Nile River, Mesopotamia,
Eufrat, Tygrys, super.
Euphrates, Tiger River, extra good.
Wszystko jest okej. A tu jakoś
Everything is okay.
tak sucho,
And in Palestine, it's like a bit dry.
podzielone to wszystko.
It's all divided.
Nieciekawie,
Not interesting.
taki jakiś biedny zakątek świata.
It's a pretty poor part of the world.
Najlepiej o tym mówią archeologowie, ponieważ
The best way that it's talked about this is by archaeologists.
archeologowie, jak wiadomo, lubią zabytki i
And as we know, archaeologists like old artifacts.
zabytki dzielą się na nudne,
And those are divided into the boring relics,
czyli nieefektowne, z których mnóstwo informacji można wydobyć.
So the one that are not very fancy, but from which you can gather a lot of information.
I spektakularne, które
And the spectacular ones,
są pięknym
which are beautiful, which are very beautiful to show off
eksponatem wystawionym w muzeum.
in museums.
No tuż z terenów dzisiejszego państwa Izrael, czy dawnej
So from the terrains of today's state of Israel,
Palestyny szeroko rozumianej,
or the broader understood Palestine,
takich monumentalnych, spektakularnych zabytków, dzieł sztuki naprawdę mamy niewiele.
we really don't have many spectacular and awesome relics to show off in museums.
To jest obszar, który w
I to
starożytności...
świadczy o biedzie?
Bieda to jest też pojęcie względne.
And then she asks, does that mean that it was a poor area? And he responds, poor is a very relativistic concept.
Tak, ale to jest teren znacznie mniej zaludniony niż
It's a much more sparsely populated area
Mezopotamia i
than Mesopotamia and Egypt.
Egipt. To jest region o mniejszych zasobach.
It is a region with much lesser amount of resources.
To znaczy wiele trzeba, na przykład w przeciwieństwie do Libanu. Liban
Unlike Liban,
jest zawsze bardzo bogaty w
Liban is always very rich
stosunku do tego, co się dzieje na południu. Tak,
when it's compared to that which is happening in the south.
ja traktuję Palestynę jako terytorium leżące na południe od Libanu.
I treat Palestine as a terrain that is south of Liban.
I Liban, czyli Fenicja, to jest inna historia.
So Liban and Phoenicia are a totally different story.
Natomiast ten teren, którym ja się zajmuję,
So the territory which is my speciality,
powiedzmy w Dolinie Jordanu i
so the terrains of Jordan,
zwłaszcza leżący na zachód od Jordanu i
especially to the west of Jordan
Morza Martwego,
and the Dead Sea,
no to jest teren, na którym przebiega na przykład naturalna granica
that's the territory where a natural border
opłacalności upraw rolnych.
There's a natural border of how profitable growing crops is. That's it.
Które na ogół uważa się, że to jest 400 mm wody deszczowej rocznie.
Which is thought to be 400 millimeters of water yearly.
I ona przepada mniej więcej przez środek obecnego państwa Izrael.
And it goes through the middle of today's state of Israel.
No właśnie od północy nawadniając w sposób
So from the north, it sort of waters
zadowalający, żeby
the crops in a satisfying manner.
można było uprawiać rolę.
So you can grow crops from in the north.
Ale na południu już
But in the south,
nie.
you simply cannot.
Ta linia się przesuwa w zależności od zmian
That line moves according to
klimatycznych.
climatic changes.
I widzimy na przykład, że w XIII-XII
And we see that in the 13th, 12th century,
wieku przed naszą erą
before our era,
teren niezdatny do uprawy roli
the terrains unfit for cultivation
jest coraz większy.
was bigger and bigger.
Potem klimat się troszkę poprawia po
And then the climate becomes a little bit better.
1000 roku, ale nadal na połowie. Potem klimat się troszkę poprawia po 1000 roku,
After the year 1000.
ale nadal na połowie obszarów, na których istniało Królestwo Judy na przykład.
But still over half of the territory in which the Judah kingdom existed,
Gospodarka rolna jest niemożliwa.
growing anything was impossible.
I to byli koczownicy, którzy
And those were scavengers.
paśli owce, kozy.
Well, not scavengers. Those were people that sort of took care of sheep herders.
Stąd ta
I to byli koczownicy, którzy paśli owce, kozy.
And they were animal herders.
ta pasterska kultura wszędzie
So that's where the herding culture
zapisana w Biblii, tak?
Pasterska
came from, which was written in the Bible.
kultura jest lokalna, jest
That's a very local culture.
bardzo wewnętrzna.
It's a very internalized culture, inner culture.
No ale też trudno powiedzieć, ile tych tradycji jest czysto własnych, obserwowanych powiedzmy w zagrodzie, a
And it's difficult how many of those traditions were purely observed within the barns,
czym jest na przykład zapożyczenie z tradycji sąsiednich, tak?
and how many of those traditions were borrowed from the neighbors.
Niedaleko za Jordanem i Morzem Martwym są też
Near, on the other side of Jordan and the Dead Sea,
całe grupy
we have whole groups
plemion, które funkcjonują
of tribes that functioned
na modłę arabską, jak
in an Arabian fashion.
powiedzieliby pewnie starożytności, czyli właśnie nie mają stałych miejsc
So they did not have a permanent place of residence,
osiedlenia i wędrują.
and they travel.
Ta wędrowność niektórych mieszkańców Bliskiego Wschodu jest
This traveling nature of some peoples of the Middle East
immanentną częścią tego świata od niepamiętnych czasów.
was a big part of this part of the world for times immemorial.
Więc miasta żyjące z uprawy roli
So the cities that lived through the growing of crops
współżyją i współfunkcjonują
cohabited and sort of coexisted
z koczownikami lub
with those
ludnością półkoczowniczą,
who lived from being herders of animals.
która zawsze gdzieś na pograniczach terenów rolnych istniała i istnieje nadal. To czy Beduini są do tej pory elementem krajobrazu.
And this herding culture exists till this day.
To nałóżmy na te początki judaizmu szerzej warstwę historyczną.
So let's put a broader historical context on the starting point of Judaism.
Mówisz, że w IX wieku już możemy spokojnie powiedzieć, że
So you say that in the 9th century before our era we can very confidently speak
kult Jahwe był.
that the cult of Yahweh was
Wcześniej trochę to jest w odmętach takich mgły historii, tak?
that was already established, even though it was in a little bit of a historical fog.
Powiedzmy. Jak wygląda właśnie ta sytuacja polityczna? Mamy już
What's the political situation of that time?
królestwo wtedy?
Do we have the kingdom at that time?
Mamy królestwo Izraela, mamy
We have the kingdom of Israel
stolicę w Samarii, mamy
that has its capital in Samaria. A pastoral cultural preference has always been how I understand Abel's sacrifice being favored over Cain's. Interesting.
państwo, urzędników, podatki,
A country of clerics and taxes.
armię, którą opłaca władca,
The army which is paid for by the ruler.
mamy strukturę administracyjną, czyli
We have an administrative structure.
jakiś rodzaj regionów, na które się podzielono Królestwo Izraela, bo
So we have regions for which the kingdom of Israel was divided.
wiemy o jakichś namiestnikach, takich osobach, którzy są na przykład odpowiedzialni za delegowanie pracowników
We know of people whose job was to delegate work
najemnych albo
to different regions
takich wykonujących pracę przymusową.
and to those who did forced labor.
Więc mamy struktury państwowe,
So we have state structures,
królestwo, dynastię
a kingdom, a dynasty,
i boga dynastycznego,
and we have the dynastic god.
ale jednej rzeczy nie powiedzieliśmy.
But there's one thing that we have not said.
Jahwe jest bogiem dynastii, ale to nie jest jedyny Bóg.
Yahweh, is a god of the dynasty, but he is not the only god.
Wtedy jeszcze jahwizm, czy ta religia, która jest wyznawana zarówno przez króla i dworzan, jak i przez poddanych,
Back then, this religion, Yahwism, which was sort of practiced by the dynasty and by the people of the country
jest religią politeistyczną.
is still a polytheistic religion.
Ona zyskuje, to jest uczony termin religioznawczy, cechy henoteizmu.
It starts gaining the traits of henotheism.
Henoteizm to jest taki system, w którym jeden Bóg jest Bogiem naczelnym.
A henotheism is a system in which there is one chief god,
A pozostałe bóstwa mają trochę niższą rangę.
and all the other gods have a slightly lower rank.
I w pierwszym okresie istnienia tego królestwa, czyli
So in the first centuries of the existence of this kingdom,
w IX-VIII wieku,
9th, 8th century before our era,
mamy bez wątpienia taką sytuację, że Jahwe jest Bogiem naczelnym,
we without a doubt have this situation in which Yahweh has like this dominant main role.
najważniejszym.
He is the most important God.
Co?
Zapewne już
Is he the creator?
stwórcą, ale jakby
He probably at this point is already the creator.
najważniejszy jest nie tyle teologiczny aspekt,
However, the theological aspect of this is actually not the most important
jachwizmu, co
of Yahwism.
polityczny.
The more important aspect is not the theological one, but the political one.
Dlatego jest najważniejszy Jahwe,
The reason why Yahweh is the most important God,
bo to jest
Królewski.
To jest Bóg króla i
because Yahweh is the God of the king and of the dynasty.
dynastii. I to na przykład dobrze widać w analizie źródeł tekstowych. Mamy
And we can clearly see this when we analyze the text sources.
jedną ze źródeł informacji o kultach i o bogach
One of the sources about the gods and the cults
czczonych w tym okresie
that were worshipped in that era
są pieczęcie, na
were the seals
których pojawiają się imiona właścicieli. To bardzo
in which the names of the owners appear.
często jest standardowe, taki sztampowe sformułowanie.
It's like a very standard, very stereotypical phrasing.
Pieczęć należąca do kogoś, syna
The seal belonging to someone,
kogoś. Czyli
the son of someone.
na jednej pieczęci czasem pojawia się urząd.
So someone on the seal, you also have the office, held office.
Ale na ogół jest to imię i imię ojca.
But usually it's the name and the name of the father.
Ale te imiona mają bardzo często tak zwaną strukturę teoforyczną.
So those names often have a so-called theophoric structure.
Wszystkim dobrze znany premier Izraela współcześnie ma
The premier, the current prime minister of Israel has
nazwisko teoforyczne,
a theophoric surname,
ponieważ Netanyahu
because Netanyahu,
dokładnie oznacza tyle co Natan, czyli dany,
which means Natan, given,
Jahu przez Jahwe.
Yahu by Yahweh, given by Yahweh.
Spolszczyć można Netanyahu jako Bożydara.
So we can Polonize the surname into given by God.
Otóż taki Bożydar, jeśli ma w
So this given by God,
imieniu swoim element Jahu,
if he has the Yahoo element in his surname,
pokazuje, że jest on w sferze
this shows that he is in the sphere within the influence
około dworskiej religii, w
near a religion of the court,
którym należy dać dziecku
in which you should give your child a name
imię Boga dynastycznego,
of the dynastic God,
przyjść do króla i powiedzieć, właśnie ja
go to the king
jestem lojalnym urzędnikiem, bo
and see I am this loyal clerk,
widzisz, władco, ja też czczę głównie Jahwe.
because as you can see, my Lord, I also worship the same God as you.
Ale pieczęcie, które mamy wyłącznie elity państwa.
But the seals that we have access to are only the seals of the elites of the city.
Ci, którzy naprawdę mogą się z królem spotkać, albo król może wiedzieć o ich istnieniu.
Those who were able to meet with the king and those of whose existence the king was aware of.
Ale nie mamy informacji o imionach, jakie nosili chłopi,
Or we don't really have any information about the names carried by peasants
rzemieślnicy na
or any other types of workers like crafters
prowincji, nie
or people on the outskirts.
mówiąc już o niewolnikach, bo po
Not to mention slaves,
prostu tych źródeł nie mamy.
because
Istnieje
we just don't have those sources.
duże prawdopodobieństwo,
There's a huge probability
że intensywność tego jachwizmu
that the intensity of Yahwism
jest znacznie większa w stolicy i
is much bigger in the capital
tam, gdzie to państwo w centrum kumuluje wokół dworu,
and the place which sort of focused around the royal court,
a na prowincji jest mniej intensywne.
and everything sort of seems to lead to a conclusion that the cult of Yahweh was not as strong on the peripheries.
To zjawisko, on powiedział, tak jakby przywołać wszystkim pewnie dobrze znany obraz chrystianizacji Polski,
So if we would compare it to the Christianization of Poland,
w którym najpierw ten kościół i ten biskup jest w tych
in which first there's the church and the bishop,
kilku miejscach,
in a few places
gdzie książęta, a potem królowie polscy funkcjonują, a na
where the princes and later the kings function.
tą wieś ona dochodzi dopiero pewnie po 200-300 latach.
That Christianization reached small villages about 200 or 300 years later.
Się miksuje. Czy Jahwe miał partnerkę? I nie jest to pytanie, które by można uznać za obrazobórcze.
Did Yahweh have a partner? And I don't think this is a question that could be seen as blasphemous,
Ponieważ w drugiej księdze królewskiej czytamy,
because in the second book of the king, we can read
posąg Aszery, który
we can read about the statue of Asherah,
sporządził, postawił w świątyni, o której Pan powiedział do Dawida i do syna jego
okay, that's a long sentence,
Salom. Sporządził, postawił w świątyni, o której królewskiej czytamy posąg Aszery, który
the statue of Asher,
sporządził, postawił w
which he created, he put
świątyni, o której Pan
in the temple,
powiedział do Dawida i do
about which the Lord has told David
syna jego Salomona,
and to his son Solomon.
w świątyni tej i w Jeruzalem, które
In this temple and in Jerusalem,
wybrałem ze wszystkich pokoleń Izraela,
for which I have chosen among all the generation of Israel,
kładę moje imię na wieki.
I put my name for all generations.
I oto Pan, Jahwe, mówi,
So Yahweh the Lord says
że to jest jego świątynia i w tej
that this is his temple,
świątyni stoi sobie posąg Aszery. O co
and that in this temple there is and in this temple of Yahweh there is the statue of Asherah. What is this all about?
tutaj chodzi?
Jahwe jako lokalny rodzaj Ela jest
Yahweh as a local version of El
normalnym bogiem panteonu bliskowschodniego.
is a normal representative of the Middle Eastern god pantheon.
I nie jest bogiem jedynym. Jeszcze
And he is not the only god.
długo nie będzie. No
And he won't be the only god for a long time to come.
nie będąc samemu, to trochę jest jak
So since he is not alone,
pół żartobliwie powiem, jak sobie
so I will have jokingly say
Państwo przypomną opis stworzenia świata, jak
the description of the creation of the world.
Bóg stworzył tego człowieka i zobaczył, że on tak samotny. No to mu
God saw, created a human and saw that the human was a bit lonely.
dodał kobietę.
So God created a partner for the human.
No to tak samo jest z tym Elem, czyli
So it was basically the same with El.
Jahwe nie funkcjonuje sam,
Yahweh does not function alone.
funkcjonuje z jakimś panteonem i partnerka jest
He functions within a pantheon
potrzebna i mamy
and he needs a partner.
źródła nie tylko biblijne, które rzeczywiście kłopotliwie traktują Aszerę, to znaczy
We have not a wait.
zjemy źródła nie tylko biblijne, które rzeczywiście
We have not only the Bible sources, which the Bible sources
kłopotliwie
treat treats Asherah as a little bit of a dilemma.
traktują Aszerę. To znaczy z jednej strony są
On the one hand,
miejsca, które mówią, że źli władcy zwłaszcza
there are places which say that evil rulers
promują kult Aszery, ale
promoted the cult of Asherah.
dokonujesz takich tekstualnych zabiegów z tekstem, że na przykład niektórzy
So there are those little so there are these little oh god, I have to translate the word. Blech. So there's these little procedures, I guess, done
interpretują sformułowanie Aszerot w liczbie mnogiej
that interprets the plural Asherot
nie jako bóstwo czy boginia,
not as a god or goddess,
tylko jako na przykład święty las, tak? Że
but as a sacred forest.
ta Aszera to miał być drewniany słup, ponieważ jest sformułowanie
So Asherah would be a wooden pillar
w innym miejscu, że ktoś ściął Aszerę, tak?
because there was a speech it was spoken that somewhere Asherah was cut down.
Jakby zerżnął w sensie piłą.
As if Asherah was cut down by a saw.
Może to jest tożsame bóstwo z przedmiotem, który jest wizerunkiem.
And that may be the goddess that is sort of associated with the physical item.
Ale nie Biblia jest tutaj najlepszym źródłem.
But the Bible is not really the best source here.
Mamy bardzo ważne źródła z początku VIII wieku.
We have very important sources from the beginning of the 8th century, before our era,
Znalezione na takim stanowisku Kuntilret Adżut,
found in Kultidret,
to jest daleko na południu, już na
very far to the south,
pustyni Negev.
the Negev desert,
gdzie znajdowała się taki postój dla karawan.
where there was this stop for caravans.
I tam odnaleziono jeszcze w latach 70.
And there in the 70s we have found
trochę naczyń z inskrypcjami
some dishes with inscriptions
i rysunkami.
and pictures.
I na kilku naczyniach jest sformułowanie
And on some of those there is this written sentence:
dla Jahwe z Samarii
for Yahweh from Samaria
i jego Aszery.
and his Asherah.
W drugim miejscu jest Jahwe z Teman
And on the other is Yahweh from Teman
i Aszery, ale ta
and Asherah.
para Jahwe i Aszera pada
But this pair of Yahweh and Asherah
tam przynajmniej w dwóch miejscach.
is mentioned in at least two places.
I nie mamy wątpliwości, że to jest dwoje bóstw.
And we don't have any reason to doubt that they both were gods
które tworzą jakąś parę. Jest dyskusja
who created a pair.
o identyfikacji tych imion.
There is a discussion for the identification of those names
Z obrazkami na tych naczyniach
with
ceramicznych.
pictures on those ceramic dishes.
Ponieważ nie jesteśmy pewni, czy to, co tam jest narysowane,
We can't know if that which is drawn there
na przykład jest takie symbolicznie przedstawione drzewo życia.
is like the symbolically drawn tree of life.
Z obu stron odflankowane zwierzętami.
They are both surrounded, on both flanks, the tree of life surrounded by animals.
Które w wielu miejscach kultury syro-palestyńskiej
That in many Syro-Palestinian,
jest symbolem bogini. Czy
which the tree of life surrounded by animals in many Syro-Palestinian places in the world, and Syro-Palestinian places are considered a symbol of a goddess,
To znaczy, że to jest Ashera, byłoby to spójne
which means that that would be Asherah, which would also be very in line
również z tym, że tym wizerunkiem Aszery ma być drzewo
that the representation of Asherah is a tree,
święte. Może
as a sacred tree.
tak, ale takiego dowodu
Maybe yes, but
wiążącego nie ma.
we don't really have conclusive evidence.
Dużo na tym świadczy.
There is a lot of things that sort of lead to that conclusion, but there is no definitive evidence that would 100% confirm it.
Odpowiadając teraz krótko na to, po tym przydługim wstępie,
So after this very long introduction to answer the question,
Jahwe ma partnerkę
Yahweh does have a partner,
i ten kult Aszery
and this cult of Asherah,
rozwija się moim zdaniem bez kłopotu
and this cult of Asherah sort of spreads without any problems
przez cały czas istnienia Królestwa Judy i
throughout the existence of the kingdom of Judah and Israel.
Izraela, czyli do początku VI wieku.
So till the beginning of the 6th century before our era.
Czy wiemy, jak wyobrażano sobie Jahwe? Jeśli
Do we know how Yahweh was imagined?
no bo czemu miałby nie mieć posągów, skoro,
Why would he not have statues?
jak rozumiem, inni bogowie też
So
posągi mieli? I
other gods had statues.
co, był panem z brodą? Czy coś
Was he a guy with a beard?
możemy na ten temat
Broda
powiedzieć?
jest
Can we talk anything about this? Can we speak to this?
zawsze elementem
Mądrości?
obrazu męskości.
Okej.
A beard was always a symbol of masculinity.
Jak ktoś jest bez brody, to znaczy, że jest młody.
If someone does not have a beard, that means they are young.
To jest też kłopotliwa odpowiedź na to pytanie. Po
It's a bit of a problematic answer to this question.
pierwsze, w Biblii jest wyraźny zapis o tym,
First of all, in the Bible, there is it's very clearly written
że nie wolno sporządzać wizerunków bóstwa,
that you cannot create any sort of images of God.
Ten zapis pochodzi zapewne z czasów niewoli babilońskiej.
This sort of sentiment probably comes from the era of the Babylonian enslavement,
Jest on rozwinięty po niewoli babilońskiej
and it's expanded after the Babylonian enslavement.
i dotyczy realiów, w których świątynia jest opróżniona
And it is within the reality where the temple is emptied,
i też bóstwa nie ma w sensie fizycznego jego wizerunku.
A niewola
and there is no physical depiction of God.
babilońska to jest VI wiek.
Za-
So the Babylonian enslavement is the 6th century.
Zaczyna się, to są dwie daty,
There are two dates:
597 i
597,
586,
586.
czyli pierwsza i druga deportacja
The first and second deportation
elity jerozolimskiej do
of the Jerusalem elites
Babilonu
to Babylon,
i trwa, trudno określić, bo tradycyjnie mówimy, że w latach 30. VI
Traditionally, we speak that in the 30s of the 6th century before our era,
wieku, kiedy Persowie podbijają Babilon,
when the Persians conquer Babylonia,
potomkowie Judejczyków są uwolnieni,
the oh my god, I knew this. Oh, this is so enraging. The descendants, that's right, the descendants of the people of Jerusalem are set free.
ale nie widzimy jakiegoś wielkiego marszu żydowskiego z powrotem.
Ale
But
to
we
jest,
don't see, we don't really observe a huge march a huge return of Jewish people there.
Właśnie też bardzo ważny okres dla rozwoju religii judaizmu.
So this is a very important time for the expansion, for the growth of Judaism.
I za chwilę będę cię o to wypytywać. Natomiast
And in a moment I will be asking you about this.
właśnie szalenie mnie ciekawi ten
But
czas
I'm very interested in
przed, czyli
that time before.
te wizerunki, bo wiemy,
I would like to know about those images.
że teraz się nie wolno pokazywać, no ale
We know that you cannot do it now,
Ale
przedtem
coś
to
wiemy, że robiło
tak.
wcześniej, tak.
but we do know that those things existed earlier, yes.
Znaczy, mamy mało źródeł.
We don't really have many sources.
Oczywiście najbardziej byśmy chcieli wykopać świątynię
It would be best to dig up a temple
i tam znaleźć posąg.
and then find a statue.
Świątynia w Samarii nie została wykopana.
We were not able to dig up the temple in Samaria.
Znaleziona w ogóle. Świątyni w
It was never found.
Jerozolimie wiemy, gdzie była, ale
We know where the temple in Jerusalem stood.
po pierwsze nie chciałbym, żeby prowadzono tam wykopaliska, bo znajduje
Well, first of all, I would not like any digging to be happening in that area
się nad tym meczet. W związku z tym
because there's a machete over it.
wszystko, co tam się robi archeologicznie, jest zarzewiem konfliktu.
So any archaeological work that is done there is like a source of conflict.
Ale przede wszystkim w Jerozolimie niczego nie znajdziemy,
And also, besides that, we will not find anything within Jerusalem.
ponieważ w międzyczasie
Because in the meantime,
był taki ważny król, który się nazywał Herod,
there was a very important king called Herod.
słusznie nazwany Wielkim,
He was called the Great for good reasons.
który w miejsce starych świątyń, które istniały w tym miejscu od późnej epoki brązu,
Who in the places where old temples stood there from the era of old bronze,
zniwelował teren, tworząc gigantyczne podium, ale
he sort of erased the area, created a huge podium.
zniwelował, to znaczy zniósł wszystkie budynki aż do gołej skały.
So he basically wiped all of the buildings in that surrounding area to the stone.
Poszerzył tę skałę, tworząc duże podium.
He built a huge podium,
Na tym wzniesieniu wystawił świątynię,
and on that podium he built a big temple,
której ślady pozostają do tej pory widoczne. To
of which traces are visible to this very day.
ściana zachodnia i ta świątynia, którą odwiedzał Jezus, to była
And that temple which was visited by Jesus
świątynia wzniesiona przez Heroda Wielkiego.
was the temple built by Herod the Great.
Ale Herod był takim budowniczym, że
But Herod was such a builder.
możemy sobie wyobrazić symboliczne buldożery, które tam przejechały.
We can imagine those symbolic bulldozers that went through the area.
Nic wcześniejszego tam nie znajdziemy.
There's nothing from before that era that we will find there. It was all completely wiped.
Tam zrobili taki porządek,
They did such cleaning there
że wszystko, co tam się znajduje, to jest tylko z czasów herodiańskich i później
that anything that we'll find there are from Herodian times
rzymskich.
and Roman times.
Innymi słowy, tego nie zobaczymy.
In
Ale
other
mamy
words, we won't find anything from before there.
pośrednie możliwości identyfikacji. Po
But we have less direct means of identification.
pierwsze, jeśli
First of all,
Jahwe jest rodzajem Ela,
if Yahweh is a type of El,
to robimy założenie, że ikonografia Ela jest tożsama z ikonografią Jahwe.
so we can assume that the iconography of El is basically the same as iconography of Yahweh.
I Ela widzimy.
And we can see El.
Widzimy też z okolic Judy i Izraela
We can also see from the neighboring countries to Judah and Israel
pojedyncze przedstawienia jakichś bóstw,
individual representations of how certain gods look like.
które nie mają oczywiście podpisu. To nie jest powiedziane,
which were not labeled.
to jest Jahwe.
It wasn't said, this is Yahweh,
Tak? Ale jest to postać męska, na przykład
but as a manly figure
stojąca na jakimś dzikim zwierzęciu.
standing on a wild animal,
Na lwie albo na
on a lion.
byku.
Stojąca.
Stojąca.
Ciekawe.
To nie chodzi o takie, że to jest jeździec, który jest realistycznie przedstawiony, tylko to jest język symbolu. W związku z
It is not a direct depiction of a person riding an animal. It is a very symbolic depiction.
tym stoi na zwierzęciu.
So the god is standing on an animal,
Zwierzę jest to, co symbolizuje siły tego bóstwa,
and the animal is that which represents the strength of the god.
a stojąca postać bóstwa no ma właśnie symbolicznie pokazać, że to jest właśnie ten, a nie inny Bóg.
And the figure of the god standing on the animal is supposed to represent that this is that particular god and no other.
I takie wizerunki mamy, tak?
And we have such depictions.
Brodatego mężczyzny stojącego na dzikim stworzeniu.
A bearded man that is standing on a wild animal.
Później mamy dziwne, jedno, może właściwie najzabawniejszych przedstawień, które
Later we have sort of one of the funnier depictions,
no, trochę każe myśleć, że to jest rodzaj interpretacji wyobrażenia sobie Jahwe.
which makes us believe that it might be one of the interpretations of how Yahweh was seen.
W IV wieku
In the 4th century,
pojawiają się monety
coins appear,
wybijane przez prowincję, to się nazywa wówczas Jehud, to jest
which was minted by the province Yahud
pod panowaniem perskim.
under the Persian rule.
Żydzi mają rodzaj autonomii, mają
Jewish people have a certain amount of autonomy
również możliwości wybijania swoich monet.
and are able to mint their own coins.
I jest moneta,
And there's a
na
coin,
legendzie jest powiedziane, że ona pochodzi z Jehud,
and the legend says that it comes from Yehud.
ale obrazek na tej monecie
But the picture on this coin
jest bardzo ciekawy,
is very interesting
ponieważ jest to kopia ateńskiej monety, na
because it's a copy of an Athene coin
której Ateńczycy przedstawiają
in which the Athenians
Zeusa, siedzącego
show Zeus
na tronie,
sitting on a throne,
któremu towarzyszy orzeł, a stopy wspiera na
who is accompanied by an eagle,
rodzaju tarczy.
and his feet rest on a type of shield.
I to jest ikonografia, na której jest legenda Jehud.
And this is the iconography of the legend of Yehud.
Nie mamy wątpliwości, że mieszkańcy prowincji Jehud
We don't have any doubt that the citizens of the province of Yehud,
w momencie wybijania takiej monety
at the time of minting such a coin,
byli jachwistami i to
were Yahwists, were worshippers of Yahweh,
już na ogół monoteistami.
and usually monotheists at that.
Ale obrazek skopiowali z wyobrażenia Zeusa.
But the picture was copied from how Zeus was imagined to be.
Zeus też jest bogiem, stwórcą, ojcem
jest
innych
brodaty.
bogów.
Zeus is also a creator god, the father of all other gods,
Też jest brodaty.
also has a beard.
Ma jeszcze tylko cechę, że jest bogiem burzy, tak?
There's only one difference, that he is the god of thunder,
Bogiem pioruna, czego
the god of the thunder,
pierwotnie Jahwe pewnie nie miał,
which was something that Yahweh did not really initially have,
ponieważ ta burzowość była
because this thunderness, this storminess,
przypisana innemu bóstwu,
was given to a different god,
czyli Balowi,
so Baal,
który pewnie się te kompetencje jakoś zlały, ale
whose competences sort of probably intermixed.
można sobie wyobrazić, że kiedy Żydzi, będąc w kontakcie z kulturą grecką,
So we can imagine that Jewish people, when they came into contact with Greek culture,
szukali podobieństwa ikonograficznego dla swojego Boga,
looked for an iconographic similarity for their god,
to odnajdowali go właśnie w wizerunku Zeusa.
So we can believe that they looked to depict Yahweh through the similarity to Zeus.
To jest bóstwo podobne dla nich.
It was a god. Zeus was a god that to them was similar.
Chciałam zapytać, jakim typem Boga Jahwe był w tamtym czasie, jak był interpretowany? Czy on
What type of god was Yahweh at that time? How was he interpreted?
był Bogiem okrutnym? Ja wiem, że
Was he a cruel god?
tutaj są naleciałości, jakie mamy w XXI wieku.
I know there are those sort of remnants that we have in to 21st century,
Naszej ery to się trochę
our era.
inaczej na to patrzy.
We look at it a little bit differently.
Ale jednak, no bo
And yet,
jest przecież taka scena w Biblii dramatyczna, jak
there's this dramatic scene in the Bible.
oto Abraham ma poświęcić swojego pierworodnego syna
Abraham is supposed to sacrifice his firstborn,
Izaaka i w ostatniej
Isaac,
chwili anioł go powstrzymuje,
and in the last moment an angel stops him,
żeby tego nie robił. No,
that for him not to do it.
sama ta koncepcja zabijania własnego syna wydaje
The whole concept of killing your own son seems
się być co najmniej dziwna,
at least weird.
ale przed laty taka
But many years ago,
dziwna by nie była,
maybe it wouldn't be so weird
ponieważ piszecie o tym z profesor Stebnicką,
because you write about this.
że bardzo częste były ofiary właśnie ze zwierząt, ale również z pierworodnych, również dzieci.
That you write about this in your book, that the sacrifice from animals, but also sometimes from firstborn children
Przytaczacie
was a thing.
chociażby takie cytaty też z Biblii, Księga
You also give quotes from the Bible,
Wyjścia. Pan
the Exodus.
powiedział do Mojżesza: poświęćcie mi wszystko pierworodne.
God said to Moses, sacrifice all that is firstborn to me,
U synów Izraela do mnie należeć będą pierwociny łona matczynego.
because from the people of Israel, all firstborn from the mother's womb will belong to me.
Zarówno człowiek, jak
As
i zwierzę.
human as well as animal.
Później to zostaje zakazane w
Then
kapłańskiej
later it was sort of forbidden in the other books.
księdze: nie będziesz dawał dziecka swojego,
You will not give your child
aby było przeprowadzone przez ogień dla Molocha. Takie
to be put through the frame for Moloch.
zrzucenie winy, że to dla Molocha, nie dla Jahwe. Nie będzie
And then it was sort of said that it was not for Yahweh but for Moloch.
w ten sposób bezcześcił imienia Boga swojego.
And that this sacrifice was a blasphemy to Yahweh's name.
Jakieś to jest pomieszanie z poplątaniem. O co w tym wszystkim chodzi?
It's all a bit mixed up. What is this all about?
Na pewno w epoce królewskiej istniały ofiary,
In the era of the king, there certainly were sacrifices
które autorzy Biblii teraz przekształcili.
that the authors of the Bible have transformed,
Właściwie to w Septuagincie, czyli w tekście greckim.
or it was actually transformed in the Greek text, Septuaginta, which was mentioned above actually by someone. Exactly, Septuagint.
Ten Moloch się pojawiał, a po hebrajsku
This Moloch appears.
to są ofiary, które można przeczytać jako Lemolk.
But in Hebrew you can read this as sacrifice to Lemolk.
I to jest termin molk, który my znamy z świata fenickiego.
And the molk is a term we know from the Phoenician language.
Jest nazwą rodzaju ofiary. Tak
It's the name of the type of sacrifice.
jest ofiara przebłagalna, ofiara
So there is a sacrifice to sort of beg for something,
zadośćuczynienia, ofiara
to make up for something,
całopalna i tak dalej. I jedna
whole burnt sacrifice,
Jedna z nich to jest ofiara molk.
and one of them is the sacrifice of Molk.
Słowo molk to jest imię słów bierny, intensywny od rdzenia halach.
The Molk is from a sort of root word malak,
Znaczącego chodzić, czyli
which means to walk.
iść. I to wcale nie jest takie nieznane,
And it really is not that unknown,
ponieważ słowo molk
because the word Molk,
znaczy tyle, co to jest to, co zostało posłane. Innymi
which means as much as that is that which was sent.
słowy, nazwa ofiary to jest
So in other words, the name of the sacrifice,
czynności, jest
or rather of the action,
tożsama z nazwą tego bytu, które
is equal to the state of being
zostaje
Ofiarą.
of the thing that is being sacrificed.
zabite, czyli posłane Bogu. To
So sent to God.
jest posłane do Boga poprzez
So is sent to God by
spalenie
being burned
w dymie.
in the smoke.
Kto z Państwa był na mszy katolickiej uprawianej po łacinie, wie,
Those of you who attended a Christian sermon in Latin
że ona kończy się zdaniem
will know that it ends with the sentence
ite missa est.
itemis est.
Idźcie, zostało posłane.
Go, it has been sent.
Missa est, czyli nazwa
Missa est,
mszy,
so the name of the sermon.
jest
Czyli ofiarowane Bogu, tak?
Tak,
Czy
jest
wyniesione?
ofiara została posłana
So the sacrifice has been sent to God.
do Boga. Słowo msza, czyli missa i
The word sermon, missa,
ten łacińskie sformułowanie jest równo ekwiwalentne
is equivalent
sformułowaniu molk, czyli posłanie
to the word molk.
tej ofiary do Boga.
So the sending of the sacrifice to God.
I tego rodzaju ofiary mamy przez w źródłach pozabiblijnych w świecie kartagińskim.
So we have those sort of sacrifice in sources from the Carthaginian world.
Bardzo dobrze udokumentowane.
It is extremely well documented.
Kartagińczycy składali w ofierze swoje dzieci
The Carthaginians have sacrificed their children
dość powszechnie
pretty regularly
do I wieku przed naszą erą.
all the way up to the 1st century before our era.
Grecy i Rzymianie się zrzymają na to, że to jest okropne, ale
The Greeks and the Romans call it horrible, but
jakoś Kartagińczycy sobie dawali z tym radę.
somehow the Carthaginians were able to do it still.
I prawdopodobnie przez analogiczną ofiarę praktykowano w epoce Królestwa Judy.
And probably analogous types of sacrificing was practiced within the kingdom of Judah
Czy Królestwa Izraela też
or the kingdom of Israel.
tego nie wiemy, ale na
We don't really 100% know.
pewno w Judy, ponieważ wiemy, że to się
Bo
odbywa...
wyjaśnijmy, że się te królestwa podzieliły na północne Izrael i południowe Juda, nie?
Nie, Królestwo
No to
Izraela
właśnie.
były
The kingdom of Israel
w
was
zasadzie zawsze odrębne.
Okej.
the kingdoms of Israel were throughout all of its existence separate.
Tylko najpierw było Królestwo Izraela właśnie ze stolicą w Samarii,
First you had the kingdom of Israel with the capital in Samaria,
które było duże terytorialne.
which had a pretty big territory.
Jerozolima była, o czym mówiłem, podległa,
Jerusalem was sort of subordinate.
jako nie mało zaludniona,
It
prowincjonalna
was not very well. Was not very populated, provincial.
osada, a z czasem ta prowincja się
And
uniezależniła
the province became independent
i stała się niezależnym państwem,
and became a separate country
zrzucając z siebie to zwierzchnictwo izraelskie.
and thrown off it became separate from Israel, Jerusalem,
Ale właśnie to też ważne,
and that is very important.
w Jerozolimie pozostała pamięć, że
In Jerusalem, there remained a memory
Jahwe nie jest judejski, tylko
that Yahweh is not from, it's not Judaic,
izraelski. I
but it is from Israel.
kiedy będzie budowa takiej monoteistycznej religii
And when the building of a monotheistic religion will start
z Jahwe,
with Yahweh,
to nie jest to Bóg Judy, tylko
it's not the God of Judah,
to jest Bóg Izraela. Mimo,
but it is the God of Israel.
że Królestwo Izraela nie istnieje już od 200 lat. No
Even though the kingdom of Israel did not exist already at that time for 200 of years.
ale to wracamy do ofiar.
But we're going back to the sacrifices now.
Ofiary z dzieci były praktykowane w przestrzeni świętej, a
The children's sacrifices were held in the so-called holy spaces,
ale nie w świątyni.
but not in the temple.
Świątynia jest przestrzenią, która może być skalana, może
A temple was a place that could be sullied.
być, powiedzmy, czystość tejże świątyni może być zepsuta, tak?
The cleanliness of the temple could be desecrated
Czy może być skalana właśnie poprzez różne nieczystości.
by different unclean things,
Przez zmarłego,
by a dead person,
przez nieczyste zwierzę,
by an unclean animal,
zwierzęta, które się składa w ofierze i jest to w porządku. To są
animals that were made as sacrifices were okay.
owce, woły,
Those were sheep. Those were cows
kozy,
and other types.
ofiary z pokarmów,
And sacrifices from food.
ale nie mogą być ze świątynią, z przedmiotami świątynnymi, nie może mieć kontaktu nic, co jest zmarły człowiek.
But no dead human could have any contact with anything inside of the temple.
Czyli człowiek umierający, tak, zabity w świątyni
So a person killed within the temple
jest źródłem nieczystości.
is a source of uncleanliness.
Podobnie nieczyste są zwierzęta jak świnia, pies czy oś.
And similarly, a dog, a pig, or a donkey are unclean animals.
Osioł. I Biblia mówi na przykład, że jeżeli pierworodne wszystko ma należeć do Boga,
And the Bible says that if everything firstborn is to belong to God,
no to również pierworodne świni albo
so of course also pigs,
pierworodne osła.
or the firstborn donkeys.
Ale nie można go złożyć w ofierze w świątyni, bo jest
But they cannot be sacrificed in the temple
nieczysty. W związku z tym są dwie możliwości.
because they were unclean. So you are left with two possibilities.
Albo jest tak zwana ofiara zastępcza, czyli
So you can do a different type of sacrifice. You can do replacement sacrifice.
jak urodzi się gospodarzowi młody osiołek, to
And when a young donkey is born to the sort of this owner,
on zamiast zabijać tego osiołka w
instead of
świątyni, to
killing the donkey in the temple,
zanosi jagnię, które zastępuje. Tak? To jest ofiara
he will bring a different type of animal to the temple.
zastępcza. A drugim rozwiązaniem jest, że robi się to gdzieś indziej,
And the second solution to this problem is just performing the sacrifice elsewhere.
a nie w świątyni.
And
No i
not in the
takim miejscem
temple.
jest Dolina Synów Hinnoma,
And that sort of place would be the valley of the son of sin.
a nie w świątyni. No i takim miejscem jest Dolina Synów Hinnoma,
Of the son of Hinnom,
Bet Hinnom, na południe od centrum Jerozolimy,
south of the center of Jerusalem,
która jest przestrzenią, gdzie jest później cmentarz
which is where a cemetery was later built.
i zapewne tam była jakaś taka część sakralna przeznaczona
And there was probably a sacred place there that was designated for sacrifices
na te nieczyste
of the unclean animals.
elementy kultu. W tym moim zdaniem ofiary z dzieci, które były
And that was also where, in my opinion, child sacrifices were held
praktykowane bardzo długo
for a
w
very long time.
księdze Jeremiasza,
In the Jeremiah book,
która jest pisana na przełomie VII i VI wieku,
which was written on between the 7th and the 6th century,
nawet już bardziej początku VI wieku.
maybe more at the beginning of the 6th, before our era.
Zjawisko to nadal jest.
This sort of practice is still being done of sacrificing children.
Jeremiasz je potępia,
Jeremiah sort of goes against this practice,
ale jest świadkiem, że to się dzieje.
but he witnesses that it's happening.
A czy jesteśmy w stanie powiedzieć, czy to były dzieci wszystkich, że to było coś naturalnego?
Can we say that they were the children of everybody, that it was just something natural to do?
Czy to były, nie wiem, właśnie dzieci zastępcze?
Or were there children that were used as as replacement for something else?
Powiedzmy biedoty,
of poor people,
niewolników,
of slaves.
czy to właśnie ojcowie zabili? Nic nie jesteśmy w stanie powiedzieć.
We can't know that.
My nie możemy zbadać tego,
There's no way to do research on this.
Ponieważ trzeba by to badać archeologicznie.
Because we would have to do archaeological studies.
W Jerozolimie nie ma takich szczątków.
And in Jerusalem there are no such remains.
To inaczej zapytam, czyli w takim razie, bo
So I will ask differently.
mówiłeś o Kartagińczykach, to nie jest
We were talking about the Carthaginians.
tak, że Jahwe był widziany jako jakiś wyjątkowo okrutny, krwiożerczy Bóg, tylko
So it was not as if Yahweh was seen as some sort of especially bloodthirsty and cruel God. Bye bye, face in forma.
takie bywały nurty w religii.
It was just how things were in religion back then. So Yahweh was not this big exception to the rule
Religijności ówczesnej.
of the religiousness of that time.
Tak czy nie?
Tak,
Yes or no?
bym powiedział, to nawet nie sprawa nurtu, tylko to
I
jest
don't think it's a matter of a certain stream or branch of religiosity.
taki wypadek, który jest testem trochę dla naszego patrzenia historycznego na przeszłość.
It is a little bit of a test when it comes to our historical viewing of as the past.
To znaczy, jeżeli my nałożymy na to nasze moralne standardy,
If we are going to place our moral standards on the past,
są nieporównywalne do tego, co było w VII wieku przed naszą erą.
then they are not really comparable to what was in the 7th century before our era.
To nie znaczy, że wówczas rodzice nie kochali swoich dzieci, a teraz
It does not mean that back then parents did not love their children and now they do,
je kochamy bezwarunkowo,
without any, that we just love our children more now.
tylko wówczas ludzie byli naprawdę pobożni.
It just means that people back then were really religious.
To, co się zmieniło, to jest to.
The thing that changed is this.
Znaczy w tej chwili takiego stopnia ufności w skuteczność czynności religijnych i
We don't have nearly as much trust in the effectiveness of religious actions
wiarę w Boga,
and faith in God
jak przywołany przykład Akedy, czyli ofiary Izaaka.
as the aforementioned sacrifice of Isaac.
Gdyby to przełożyć na realia współczesne, to
If we were to put this in today's reality,
dramat.
would be like a scandal.
Prawdziwą łaskę w oczach Boga zyska ten, który jest mu naprawdę wierny. I jakby ta nauka o tej wierności Bogu
So this teaching about the being loyal to God
jest przez cały tekst biblijny obecny. Tak? To
is present throughout the Bible.
jest przykład Abrahama, który właśnie
There is an example of Abraham,
jest wierny, Mojżesza, który
Moses,
jest wierny, Hioba,
Hiob,
który traci wszystko, ale
who loses everything,
nie zmienia swojego podejścia, że Bóg jest tym właściwym, dobrym, mimo że to Bóg
who does not change his view of God being good and the one,
sprowadza na niego to nieszczęście.
even though his misfortunes were placed upon him by said God.
Ale to, mimo że jest to ubrane w tę konwencję ofiary z dzieci,
Even though it is dressed up in this convention of sacrificing children,
to jest bardzo późna już intelektualna refleksja w
it is a very late intellectual reflection in Judaism,
judaizmie, która przenosi tak naprawdę punkt ciężkości ze
which places the focal point
spraw rytuału,
of the laws of ritual,
bo tak naprawdę w momencie, kiedy pisano opowieść o ofiarze z Izaaka,
because at the time when the story of the sacrifice of Isaac was written,
to nikt ofiar z dzieci już nie składał.
nobody performed sacrifices from children anymore.
To jest opowieść intelektualisty
It is a story of an intellectual
dla innego intelektualisty,
written for another intellectual.
gdzie są granice ufności w Bogu.
Tam też jednak
It is a discussion on where are the limits of faith in God.
jest happy end, więc...
Tak.
So there's a happy end, yes.
Jest happy end. Mówi
There's
się,
a happy end.
że to jest rodzaj takiej opowieści etiologicznej, tak? Czyli
We say that it's a type of a etiological story.
jakby o genezie, dlaczego składamy ofiary właśnie ze zwierzęcia.
It tells the story of why we sacrifice animals rather than people.
Na rano składamy ofiarę paschalną,
So we do the Pascha sacrifice
w miejsce tego, co było ofiarą najważniejszą.
Ale-
in place of that which before then was the most important sacrifice.
To przeskakując parę stuleci do przodu, te
So to go a couple centuries forward,
interpretacje właśnie, czy wizja, że
those interpretations and those visions
Jezus Chrystus zginął,
that Jesus has died,
został poświęcony, złożony
was sacrificed.
w ofierze de facto. Pierworodny.
He was the firstborn.
Czy
Jest
to są...
barankiem.
Jest barankiem.
He is the sheep,
To są
the
echa
lamb.
tego sprzed kilku stuleci, tego myślenia?
Is that the continuation of that thinking from a couple of 100 years back?
Moim zdaniem tak. To
In my opinion, yes.
znaczy, myślę, że Jezus, czy to jest tak. Historyczny Jezus, o którym rozmawialiśmy kiedy
Tak.
indziej, jest oczywiste, że
The historical Jesus that we're talking about is a bit of a different matter.
Mówię o tym
istniał,
teologicznym.
ale ubranie opowieści o śmierci Jezusa
But dressing up the history of the death of Jesus
w język symboliczny, który jest nasycony tą tradycją
in the symbolical language that is filled with this tradition
ofiar z dzieci, w którym
of the sacrifice of children,
ojciec ofiarowuje syna,
in which the father offers up his son,
jak Abraham, Izaaka.
like Abraham, Isaac.
Przebłaganie. Znamy to wszyscy
I
doskonale.
jest to ofiara, która gwarantuje nam zbawienie.
It is the sacrifice that guarantees our salvation.
To jest możliwe właśnie dlatego tej ciągłości pewnej koncepcji religijnej. To
This is why we can see a certain through line of a religious concept.
znaczy, że to są te wielkie ofiary, które te
There are those big sacrifices
wielkie rzeczy załatwiają.
that sort of fix big problems.
No i rzeczywiście opowieść o śmierci Jezusa jest
And indeed, the story of the death of Jesus
utkana z takich symboli, które
is created from those symbols,
widzimy w Starym Testamencie we
which we see in the Old Testament
wcześniejszych miejscach. To znaczy
and in different places.
jest to Pascha,
It's a Pascha,
czyli ofiara przebłagalna,
so it's like a sacrifice that is begging for forgiveness over something.
która jest to baranek składany w ofierze, a baranek jest zastępczą ofiarą.
It's a lamb that is being sacrificed, and lamb is a sacrifice that is a replacement
Ofiarą za pierworodnych.
for the firstborn.
Jezus jest pierworodnym synem Boga.
Jesus is the firstborn Son of God.
I do tego na krzyżu mówi coś, co jest dość trudne w interpretacji. Eli
And on the cross, he says something that is hard to interpret.
I lama sabachtani. Panie Boże, czemuś mnie opuścił?
God, why did you abandon me?
Ale słowo sabachtani jest bardzo
The word sabachthani
dziwnie podobne do,
is very strangely similar.
jest aramejskie,
It's Aramaic.
do hebrajskiego rdzenia
It's very similar to the Hebrew root.
zebach, czyli nie
Zebach.
tylko z, i zabachtani znaczy
Sabachthani means,
Panie Boże, czemu złożyłeś mnie w ofierze?
Dear God, why did you sacrifice me?
Więc zdziwiłbym się, gdyby pierwsi odbiorcy tekstu nowotestamentowego,
So I would be surprised if the first recipients of the New Testament text,
Żydzi ówcześni,
the Jewish people of that time,
nie słyszeli tego echa
did not hear this echo
ofiarowania Jezusa, tak?
of giving Jesus, of sacrificing Jesus,
Że to, i co bym powiedział, dobrze świadczy o autorach Ewangelii.
which I would say is good on the authors of the sort of evangelics.
Że należy umieścić czy opisać to wydarzenie
That you need to place or describe this event,
teologiczne
theological event,
w języku, który jest dobrze znany
within the bounds of the language that is well known
lokalnej ludności.
to the local population.
Tak? To nie jest język Boga Zbawcy z myśli greckiej, czy
It is not the language of the God, Savior of Greek literature
mezopotamskiej, tylko
or the Mesopotamian,
właśnie bardzo lokalnej, żydowskiej.
but it is the God of a very local Jewish of a very local Jewish tradition.
To pokazuje, jak religie są naprawdę potężnymi wehikułami historii, bo
It shows us how religions can be very powerful vehicles of history.
to w takim razie tradycja, która była ile tysięcy lat temu?
The
3000
tradition that was 3,000 years old
nawet lat temu i paręset lat później,
and a couple hundred years later
jest obecna w echach współcześnie. Przecież
is sort of visible as echoes in our today's life.
w tysiącach kościołów na całym świecie
In thousands of churches across the world,
słychać o Baranku Bożym.
we hear of the God's Lamb,
W ten sposób się o tym myśli. To jest
and that is how it's being thought about.
fascynujące.
That is extremely fascinating.
Przejdźmy przez niewolę babilońską.
Let's go through the slavery of Babylon. Okay, I'm gonna take a break here. It's a lot. Translating a text non-stop for 40 minutes is a lot, so yes. Yes, indeed, it's a lot. Oh my goodness. I feel like we've learned quite a lot, actually. I feel like we have learned quite a lot today. Even though, unfortunately, not many people have been here to witness it, but I feel like we have learned. I feel like I've learned quite a lot from this little Ashera. Not this. Oh. So we are going to do something else now. Oh, President Sunday, I think cleansing of. Oh. Interesting. Who? Oh, Polish. Let's see, President Sunday. Because there's this video. Oof. This shall be our little break. And we shall see what President Sunday has cooked up about Eris. Okay. Oh. Of course, for this, we're going to be playing. There was some intense religion history. Thank you. Do you think my translating was good, or we're going to be continuing this later? Don't worry. We're not finished with this, but what did you think? Did you think that my translating was good, or was it adequate? Were you able to get the gist of it? Now we're gonna get into the President Sunday thing. Maybe. It was good. The nature of the topic was a little technical. It was a fine translation. Oh, thank you. A lot of those discussions are quite technical. You know? With professors and such. Loads of info to get down, right? I feel like we've learned a lot today. I'm really sad that not many people were here to watch it. I know why there were not many people, because people are just... President Sunday stole my viewers. That's what happened. Although fake Alec Kyle Parker is not here either, so... Even my most loyal viewers are not here today, like fake Alec Kyle Parker or... or I don't know. I don't know. Any other super loyal viewers. Let's turn Warcraft 2 on. It's so lonely here. It's true. I'm sorry. I am sorry. I apologize for this. My deepest apologies. Actually, it's Snipe President Sunday for a bit, and let's see. Let's see which traitors have decided to betray me or something.
Well, I suppose there's nothing more I can say here. Run it if I like.
Right, sure, right, if you like. I can't stop you.
I think people would be interested to see your views.
I remember that.
I think people would be interested to hear your views.
You're not entitled to run a word of it. You just aren't. You brought me here on false pretenses. You treated me with extreme bad manners, and you've done nothing but ask me about drugs. You didn't tell me you wanted to interview about drugs. You just did this. This isn't because you've got the better of me.
I
agree.
agree.
You know almost nothing about the subject.
I don't think that's the case at all.
Nothing about the subject of drugs, and you understand less. But I do think that you brought me here on false pretenses. And
I'm not interested. We're doing the aristocracy thing now. Hit us up, President
Because
Sunday.
if 1,000 is a genocide, 3,000 is very much a genocide.
Genocide is not about numbers. We do need to remember that, okay? Like I don't think that saying 1,000 is a genocide, 3,000 is very much a genocide holds water, because again, genocide is not about numbers. Genocide is a pretty specific term, so invoking numbers when talking about genocide is not really a helpful metric. It really isn't. I'm sorry.
So this is aristocracy.
I know
today.
Aristocracy.
She's a nutball, by the way. You'll see this come out in this as we cover this, but this person.
Don't poison the well, President Sunday. Come on. You are better than this. You don't have to introduce people as nutballs. You can just... If that were to be the case, every act of war would be a genocide. Right, yeah, that's a good example. Like, genocide is not about the number of people killed. That's not what it is. But yes, let's try not to open the discussion by saying X is a nutball. Let's try to make the case first, eh? Right? Am I right in saying this? We should strive to first make the case for why a person is a nutball before labeling them as such.
Is actually just out to lunch. Just absolutely out to lunch. So we'll just go through it.
Let's go through it, please.
Many people have probably noticed a change in my posts, rhetoric, and views in the last week since 10/7. Okay. I'm going to stop you right there, first of all. We've already had a 9/11.
I think this is a nitpick. One moment. We have to do something that is very unsavory, which is why I'm turning off the camera to do the unsavory thing. Poisoning the well again. I don't know. I think we should avoid a bit. You know? Just wait, I have to find something real quick. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, get ready. Okay. I think it's a little bit of a nitpick, the whole 10:07. I think it's just giving a date in a very short and concise way. I don't think, I think there are bigger problems with this tweet than calling it the date. Is what I'm saying. There are more serious things to focus on this tweet.
Darling, we ain't going to Afghanistan again. Okay? That's not going to pick up. All right? Especially since immediately after 10/7, we had 3,000.
I don't think that's the point.
I'm sorry. Yeah, what Hamas did is an atrocity. Every single person responsible for it, if there is any justice in this world, will be effectively hunted down and killed. But that's not what's happened. What's happened is that has been used as a pretext to bombard a civilian population that the state of Israel has been explicit that it wants it gone. This has genuinely been the worst week of my life. I am not the person I once was. As we will see in the aforementioned, she is entirely the person she once was. Like many Jews, I am terrified, angry, and traumatized. The primary targets of Hamas's massacre were not right-wing extremists, which Israel has plenty of in government currently bombing Gaza.
That's right.
But lefty peace advocates and members of socialist communes.
That's also true, actually.
Doesn't matter, but not true. One of the victims was a right. It doesn't matter. It doesn't just because they aren't lefty peace. It doesn't actually matter who they are.
That's true, but it's not untrue either. Like there were many of the victims that were actually advocates for peace between Israel and Palestine.
It actually wouldn't matter, by the way, if the people Hamas killed were right wing. That is irrelevant.
Fair.
This is such a weird thing to fix on, a weird thing to stake out.
Fair enough.
As if, like, say I, for example, would be more permissive of Hamas killing civilians, provided they had the wrong politics.
Right.
One of the victims was a writer for Haaretz.com, whose most recent Twitter posts are all dedicated to exposing human rights violations of Palestinians on the border. And in their honor, I suppose you're now valorizing Israel bombing Gaza. Okay. Hamas slaughtered him. It was hard not to see myself in the victim.
I mean, that's... Yeah, one of the victims was a writer whose most recent Twitter posts all this dedicated to exposing human rights violations on Palestinians. But Hamas does not represent Palestinians, so it's a little bit of a,
Victims. They were women, human rights advocates, music fans, educators, and of course Jews. Thus, to say I'm personally involved or affected is an understatement. Okay. You're Canadian, but all right.
She's also Jewish. So I don't think it's a super strong argument to say you're Canadian.
For 10 years, I studied the history of this continent.
I'm not sure if this is a strong response as it might seem. You're Canadian. I mean, the only thing that her being Canadian means is that she is not in the direct danger as the civilians in Israel were, but that's basically it.
Conflict. That is not something to brag about, given what you're about to say next, and worked my best to put aside the years of propaganda, fear-mongering, and tribalistic nature I and most Jews were raised with.
Sort of. Not exactly, but sort of.
You failed. I believe and still believe that the long-term solution to this crisis is empathy and education in history, and still do. I'm genuinely proud of the work I accomplished, both in academic circles and online.
Okay.
What
See, moving on.
work is that, I wonder? I am curious.
I mean, we know of her work online. We don't have to be curious. She has a channel. I think she said that she was from Israel at some point. I mean, that's because she probably has a citizenship, because when you are a Jewish person, you can apply. When you're a Jewish person, you can apply for an Israeli citizenship. You know? That's a thing that comes with being Jewish. As being accepted by the Israeli government as Jewish, you can apply for an Israeli citizenship. In fact, if you undergo conversion to Judaism, that also gives you an ability to apply for an Israeli citizenship. Just so you know.
However, trauma does not make you stronger, it makes you weaker. This is a lesson I learned from my years studying history, but I never truly understood until this week. On 10/7, my brother was getting texts from a friend hiding in a dumpster saying goodbye, as I was frantically messaging my friends and family trying to find them. That same night, I walked by groups of people cheering our slaughter right here in Canada. When I posted about having a trauma response to this, I was mocked as a racist. Actually, what she said was... I'll show you exactly what she said.
Okay. I know what President Sunday is referring to here.
Because I had the forethought to post it. I'll show you. I'll show you what she actually said.
Mm-hmm.
Here we are. This is what she actually said. So in response to the Toronto mayor issuing a statement ahead of the planned demonstrations in the city's downtown core, the rally to support Hamas at Nathan Phillips Square today is unsanctioned without a permit, and I unequivocally denounce it. She said, and I quote, "Stop it then, I've already had a man in a terrorist uniform come up to me heading to the pro-massacre rally. As a Jew and Israeli, my heart stopped." I don't know what this means. I don't know what a terrorist uniform is. But maybe it's this. Maybe it's the terrorist man costume. But this is what she's talking about when she says, I walked by groups of people cheering our slaughter right here in Canada. What she's actually talking about is there were pro-Palestine demonstrations.
I remember.
Sort of around this. And
there was also a pro-Palestine demonstration in Warsaw.
A lot of people took the stupid second thought approach. A lot of people, in light of all of the aforementioned, had a knee-jerk reaction to this and thought, because people are dumb, this is some kind of actual efficacious revolutionary thing that's taking place. They're actually taking back territory or something.
That was... I don't know what to say to people that actually tried to say that what Hamas did was good in any way, shape, or form. This basically cheering for terrorism and calling it revolutionary action to fight back against the colonizers, settlers.
Something like that. And they probably discounted the slaughter as Israeli propaganda. Because that's happened. It's also happened in the other direction. So you have to be very careful. But throughout all of this, and this is after the bombings had started in Gaza, throughout all of this, Aristocracy was publishing as much as possible fear-mongering about Palestinians abroad. Oh, look, we found people in Australia cheering on Hamas. We found
Which also needs to be a bit explained. This also needs to be a bit contextualized. Because there's a big difference between cheering on Hamas and between pro-Palestinian groups sort of doing demonstrations and doing marches, calling for the Israeli government to stop killing Palestinian people, primarily children. That's like, you cannot look at any pro-Palestinian rally and say, oh, look, those people are cheering for Hamas, because at that point you're just equivocating Hamas with Palestinians, right? It's not a thing that you can or should do.
We found, oh, there's people holding terrorist flags. The flags could be the Palestinian flag.
Right.
Not the Hamas flag, the Palestinian flag.
Right.
The people cheering on Hamas could be like 6 or 7 people in a crowd of 100. But that's enough. You are not allowed...
Yeah, it's like in Warsaw when you have the pro-Palestinian march, but within that march you had one person that had this transparent that said keep the world clean, and you had a garbage bin with a Star of David, which was a pretty anti-Semitic sentiment, to say the least. And the thing about that is it worries me on 2 levels. It worries, obviously the anti-Semitism worries me, but what worries me more is that in the public eye, from that moment on, when this when that sort of transparent becomes a focus, an equivocation of anti-Semitism with pro-Palestinian causes will happen. People will start linking, oh, it's a pro-Palestinian rally, so it's probably anti-Semitic, which should not be the thing that people think about when people think, like, when thinking about pro-Palestinian rallies, okay? Which is why I'm really happy to see that, from what Karasu has told me just today, I'm gonna say it to you. I'm gonna tell it to you. In London, the Orthodox Jewish community had been out to protest against bombing, and they were often seen with the Palestinian flag. The Orthodox Jewish community, which is something that I'm pretty glad to see, because it decouples the thing, okay? It decouples anti-Semitism from pro-Palestinian causes. Which is, I'm glad to hear. Lucy, I know some gigglers don't like Destiny, but the logical thing for their well-being is leaving Gaza altogether and stop this losing battle for the ancestral claim to the land, the Palestinian people. But where would the Palestinian people go? They're trapped behind a wall, and Egypt will not let them through. So where would the Palestinian people go? Teleport out? They don't have anywhere to go. That's first of all. So no, Destiny is not being logical here at all. But Destiny, if that is Destiny's opinion, then it's like the opposite of logical. It's illogical. If that's the logical solution, then I'm scared of hearing the illogical solution in his opinion. Oh my goodness. I don't even know. I don't even know anymore. We're gonna... Oh my gosh. I've been assaulted by multiple messages on the phone. I don't see Israel backing down anytime soon. Well, it doesn't change the fact that the Palestinian people don't have anywhere to go, does it? Just because Israel will not back down anytime soon, it doesn't magically... It's like saying, wow, during World War II, Jewish people should have just left Europe because, you know, the Nazis will kill them all. And I don't really see the Nazis backing down anytime soon. Why didn't Jewish people just leave Europe? And, you know, don't not be stubborn about staying in Europe. Well, guess what? Jewish people did try to leave Europe. It didn't work out very well. Like, it doesn't work like that. I can just see destiny logically saying during World War II that Jewish people should just leave Europe and everything would be fine because the Nazis are not going to back down anytime soon in their Holocaust thing. That's basically the same logic. You're not gonna convince me that it's not. Just move. True. Just move. Why can't you just move? So easy. It's so simple. Simplistic. Okay, let's continue.
Allowed to support Palestine while Jewish Canadians are grieving as Israel is bombing Palestinians that they've already forced into a ghetto and have been slaughtering and dispossessing.
To be fair, German campaign was conquering most of Europe. Yeah, but Jewish people did try to leave Europe. It's just that no country wanted to accept them, and they were turned around or trapped on no man's lands. Do you not remember that little piece of history where Jewish people became refugees and were not accepted anywhere and were turned back to Europe? I remember that. I remember that happening. What a time. And now, in a situation like this, I guess Destiny... I mean, you're saying that that's what Destiny thinks. I don't know. I haven't watched anything from him about this situation. So, before I get accused by him of not really representing anything he believes, I'm just going to say that I don't know what Destiny's opinion on this is because I have not watched any of his coverage of this situation. But I am going to add that saying that Palestinian people should just leave Gaza is silly because how and where exactly?
For decades and decades and decades and have reduced to unimaginable squalor. She's true, yeah, she's allowed to feel distress. I have every bit of sympathy in the world when she's talking about how there's a disaster going on and she's calling family and friends and trying to make sure everybody's okay.
Okay.
But there is a difference between having a human reaction to a violent event taking place near people you care about, and then proceeding to carry on this weird obsessive agenda of making sure that people only consider what is happening to the Jewish population of the region as a crime, and making sure they treat what happens to the Palestinian people of the region as an unfortunate but necessary consequence.
Right.
I'll find the other one because this comes to bear.
That's true. That is
so.
What
This is an
Aristocracy
interesting
was
exchange
doing.
I had with
I can
Aristocracy
agree with
leading up
that.
to this. We'll see it reified in the manifesto we're looking at.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't call it a manifesto. It's just
So
a
this
long
is what
theory.
Aristocracy says.
It's not a manifesto.
What happened on Saturday was a genocide by the Gazan government of Hamas. A genocide. She's responding to this. What you need to understand is that what happened in Israel is worse than you've seen and worse than you know. They are still finding all the bodies. They just took out the bodies of 40 murdered babies from this community. 40 murdered babies. Okay. So this is a genocide by Hamas, okay?
I'm not entirely sure I agree that legally speaking it was a genocide, Sashi. I'm not entirely sure about that. I think it was genocidal, but I really don't think it was a genocide. That's a whole discussion that can be had, though. Also, hello, Sashi. Welcome.
I haven't seen this confirmed, but it doesn't matter. Let's run with it. 40 murdered babies, okay? I mean, the dead on the Israeli side are over 1,000. So, you know, that's not outside the realm of possibility. Let's run with that. And so I said I agree. Now, what do you make of this? And I showed her the leveling of Gazan residences.
I have seen many legal analysis that say this is the. Can you send any? Can you send any of them my way? I'd be really interested in reading them. Those analyses. Okay.
Leveling. This is not targeted. This is a desolation from which, how on earth are the Palestinians supposed to recover from this? How on earth are the Gazans supposed
Well, they would have to be rebuilt through an outside help.
to recover from this? They're already dirt poor. Look at this.
I would need huge external assistance, obviously.
This is before they cut water and electricity. How many people are... And here's the thing. We actually don't really have a strong capacity to count the dead right now.
That's right.
And it's not just...
That's right.
Just the dead currently. Running water was already highly limited in Gaza. The cutting off of water and electricity has meant that...
And food. And medical supplies. That's pretty crucial.
Most... What limited capacity?
Like early born children are dependent on electricity in the hospitals. So it's like, you know, they will die. They will die. Okay. I'm going to read the full thing later. Thank you. But I can see that. Yeah. Thank you. This is the Dean of Criminal Law Schools. He is an expert in international criminal law. Okay. I'm going to... Maybe we'll even go through this on stream. Very worrying.
Even disregarding the fact that they're indiscriminately bombing, just indiscriminately bombing. So we have footage now of like ambulances and whatnot getting shelled.
Yeah, and of course, again, once you cut electricity from hospitals, many crucial life support systems just become cut off. I'm not happy with your hot take now. You're not making me happy with your hot take. Taking into account for this analysis of Israel's action was released on the 12th. Right.
But leaving that aside, like, someone gets an infection from a scratch, even if they're untouched by the bombs, as they're running from building to building. How are they going to get treated?
They won't. That's the answer. Unless there's some existing medical supplies to use. So some things wouldn't... I mean, the reaction of Israel to the event is not relevant really in judging the actions of Hamas. That's in analyzing what Hamas has done. It's not really relevant to analyze the reaction of Israel. The reaction of Israel is its own sort of thing that you need to analyze separately, if that makes sense, you know? As its own, the response of Israel against Gaza, it's I would say that it's its own crime that needs to be analyzed, you know, as its own crime. That I'll say that. Yes, at the end of the he analyzed Israel's reaction is right.
There's no running water or electricity.
Because
they're
I don't think reacting to a horrible thing with a horrible thing times 10 is a good thing, if that makes sense. And I think that the entire population of Gaza should be punished for a genocidal plan of Hamas. That is also something that needs to be repeated. Because if this was a genocide by Hamas, then the entirety of the Gaza population should not be punished for it, right? Just like the entirety of the German population should not have been punished for the crimes of the Nazi regime, right? Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
What medical centers exist are going to be well beyond capacity immediately. So I said I agree with you. What Hamas did is genocidal. Now what do you make of this? And this is what
well, there's a difference between genocidal and genocide, I think.
She says, I think every Palestinian civilian casualty is a tragedy and should be minimized as much as possible. This will...
Yes, it's the same reason why Israeli civilians shouldn't have been punished in the October 7. Of course, yes, yeah. It is, yeah, I agree. I mean, it would be hard for me not to agree, considering that
woman is insane. Like she's a goddamn meme. That's how insane she is.
I mean, those are pretty strong words.
Literally, look, it's unbelievable. What happened on Saturday was a genocide by the Gazan government of Hamas. 3 times the death.
Genocide is not about numbers, President. You're making a mistake here, President Sunday. I'm sorry. I have to call out your mistake. What makes a genocide is not about the number of people killed. It's about specifically the intent, the organization of it, etc. It's not purely about the number of deaths. Okay, it's a mistake to use this argument of more people died. It's a mistake to use this as a you know, that what makes the genocide a genocide is not the number of people killed. That's not it. Right. Although I would say that in the case of Israeli government, you actually do have both the intent and the act as well, but that's a whole different story.
An unfortunate tragedy.
So I do disagree with aristocracy here. That is just an unfortunate tragedy and should be... I do disagree with aristocracy saying, but for different reasons than President Sunday. I don't disagree with it because more people were killed. I disagree with it because I see intent and the act at, like, on the side of the Israeli government. That's why I disagree. And I think President Sunday should focus more on that than the number of people killed. If that makes sense.
Let's carry on. So this is why you were mocked as a racist, aristocracy. This is why aristocracy is being mocked as a racist. Because she is. Because she actually conceives of Palestinians and Jews as having discrepant values. Value, rather. 1,000 Jews killed, 1,000 Israeli citizens killed, that's a genocide. 3,000 Gazans killed. That's just unfortunate.
I mean, I know what President Sunday is trying to say here, but those are not... This is not how genocides are evaluated. Again, by how many people were killed, by how many people died. That's just not how these things are studied and evaluated.
That's just sad. And it hasn't stopped. This is still happening. 3,000 is just where we're at. That's not where we're going to end.
The genocidal intent is pretty strong in Israel. Like the dehumanization of the people of Gaza, comparing them to vermin, to animals. That is how genocidal sort of intent manifests within this language of calling people vermin, calling people, and then basically bombing them and then telling them to move from one place to another within 24 hours, and most damningly cutting off water, food, and medication from the entire area while they are trapped behind the wall. I'm sorry, I'm gonna draw this comparison again. This is basically like the ghettos in Poland. And I would know because I was raised basically in the area of Warsaw where the ghetto stood. It's unavoidable, this comparison of people being trapped behind a wall and deprived of food and resources necessary to survive. You can't not make this comparison. And aristocracy was called a racist because she equivocated all pro-Palestinian rallies with being pro-Hamas and anti-Semitic. If that makes sense. That's basically what President Sunday is saying in this.
This is going to get weird, so buckle up. I witnessed thousands of people victim blame innocent civilians for the atrocities committed against them, both online and IRL.
I think those are all war crimes, 100%. But in Poland, they were in the ghetto for the purpose of being brought to the death camps. Are you saying that until they were brought to the death camps, it was not genocide? Remember, people were locked in the ghetto before the camps were even conceptualized. Over 200,000 Jewish people died in the Warsaw Ghetto just of starvation. You know? Were those not victims of genocide? Those 200,000 people that died in the ghetto of starvation? Because they had no access to food? Because they were locked out of food? I think they were. Like, remember, genocide is not just when death comes. Genocide is when a group is being destroyed in part or in whole. You know? And right now we have the government of Israel describing the people of Gaza as vermin, as animals, and depriving them of food, medicine, and water. What am I supposed to think of this? With the leader of the Israeli government, Netanyahu, who thinks that Hitler never wanted to kill any Jewish people to begin with. Netanyahu, who's a Holocaust revisionist himself. I don't know.
I forced myself, against everyone's advice, to sit and watch every video Hamas posted of their vile crimes. I felt I had a responsibility to bear witness to the largest massacre of Jewish civilians since the Holocaust.
In one day.
A responsibility.
In one day, I can agree. But overall, that's not true. If we're talking about one day, okay, I agree. That's the biggest massacre since the Shoah. But if we are talking not just within a single day, then that's not true at all. So I guess I'm gonna give this. Because people started saying that this is the biggest massacre within one day since the Holocaust. And I guess I can agree with this.
To my own grandparents. I knew that what I saw would change me forever, and it has. She has apparently studiously avoided all of the footage of Palestinian people running from house to house for their lives as their homes are destroyed above them, with the psychotic rationalization by apologists for the State of Israel that it's okay they knocked with a lighter bomb first. Because that's how they warned them. That's how they warn Palestinians to evacuate their homes. They're gonna.
Yes, that is actually what happens. It's technically speaking not a lighter bomb. It's a bomb without the without the thing that makes it explode. So they basically apparently shoot a dud first as a warning.
Bombed them. And by the way, do you honestly think, given the level of intelligence of the Israeli state that allowed them to be attacked like this in the first place, do they actually know where Hamas is hiding?
Well, I don't think so. I don't think they do.
Like, it seems like literally every building in Gaza is where Hamas is hiding.
I don't even disagree necessarily. The evidentiary requirement for genocide isn't clear to me, but I just don't think Eris is a crazy racist because of this, like Sundays are purporting. The racist thing is about something a little bit different. Just to steal President Sundays argument, but yeah. I think President Sunday's using a bit of a the racism part was about equivocating any pro-Palestinian rally with being pro-Hamas and pro-Hamas killing Jewish people. That is what President Sunday is saying makes aristocracy racist. Is President Sunday still streaming? Let me see.
Increasingly under the
Oh, President Sunday has this new camera.
dominion of the machine and of...
Never mind. Still streaming. But yeah.
It's remarkable. These are bombs from the air, and now more recently these are shellings from the ground. These are not careful surgical strikes.
They're not. No.
They have threatened the Gazan people to evacuate the entire area, a population of
Within
over 1 million.
24.
Or if Xander...
It's 2 million. It's about 2 million. 1 million of those civilians are children below like 18. 700,000 of them are below the age of 14. We should keep this in mind when discussing this.
Hall is to be believed maybe 20 million.
He added a few zeros. Oh my god, stop bullying Xander Hall. If anyone should be bullying Xander Hall over this, it's me. Because he got so mad at me in World of Warcraft when I did simple mistakes. I think saying 20 million people in Gaza was a bigger mistake than the one that I did in World of Warcraft that got him so mad at me, so there you go. I hold a grudge against Xander Hall for getting mad at me.
Look, he means well, okay? Go easy on him, he's young. Poor guy. Always have Google open in a separate tab when you're talking about stuff like this. But I digress. No care what...
Leave Zan alone. Me? He was the one bullying me, not the other way around. He bullied me. I have it on stream. I have it on some stream. Watch the VOD. He bullied me, not the other way around. My goodness. I don't know. I don't know, Maya Mayor. You're being too nice to Xander Hall, in my opinion.
Whatsoever. If Israeli people don't...
Europe is mass banning pro-Palestinian protests. Retribution, that is more or less saying. Actually, the pro-Palestinian protest was allowed in Warsaw. No problem. Even if it did have that one super anti-Semitic transparent, which was a horrible move.
Die, that's a crime. Palestinian people die, that's an unfortunate statistic. That's who Eris is. The consequences of this decision have been felt this week through nightmares, sleepless nights, and PSTD. I think
PTSD-like symptoms, yes.
PTSD-like symptoms. I saw a therapist to help me through this, and she ended up crying by the end of the session herself. We both hugged, realizing the special circumstances we were in.
I wonder. It makes me wonder if the therapist is also Jewish. I mean, that is basically what is alluded to here. That is what is implied, in any case.
She was very embarrassed, but the moment was very moving for me, and I hope she knows what her empathy meant to me at this time. Additionally, I received so many kind messages that far outnumbered the hate ones, filled with prayers, concerns, and well-wishes. Words cannot express how meaningful these were for me, and to everyone who did it or messaged other Jews and Israelis, thank you.
People messaged me, by the way, just so you know, when things started happening. A few people did message me as well.
She's Canadian, okay? I'm sorry. Yeah, you're allowed you're allowed to have a trauma response to this, okay? That's perfectly fair. People close to you and people like you were slaughtered and or endangered in a very severe way. Perfectly fine.
Okay.
It is another thing entirely to then attempt to use your trauma to cover over the fact that you are rawing or providing emotional cover for the active genocidal action of a state against a people it has been depriving for decades and decades of a bare standard of living, whose intentions publicly have been expressly genocidal. As much, if not more so, than Hamas. To the leftists reading this, I ask that you have patience and understanding with your Jewish and Israeli friends around you. As they what? Why do we need to have patience with them? Is it because you and your friends in particular? Because, by the way, anti-Zionist Jews are a thing. Zionism does not own the Jewish people.
That's true. That's definitely true. I'm getting a bit tired of Zionism being equated with Jewishness and anti-Zionism being equated with anti-Semitism. I'm getting a bit, and I've been getting tired of this even before this whole thing happened, and now it's just getting even more out of control.
There are very conscientious and intelligent Jewish people who have come out very, very loudly against this.
I mean, I am one of them, so.
Sometimes they're assassinated by Zionists, actually. But typically, they're treated as traitors, and they're shouted down by the virulent fascists that comprise the Zionist movement. Because that's what it is. Zionism is not a project of saving and preserving the Jewish people after the Holocaust. Zionism is a project that precedes the Holocaust, has enacted one of its own on the...
That's true, it is, does precede the Holocaust, yeah.
People in Palestine for the better part of the last century, and uses the Holocaust as cover for it. That's what it is. It's a fascist movement through and through. In fact, we were reading one of the founding documents of the ideology a little while ago, and it's remarkable how much it prefigures the language of fascism. It's insane.
Well, to be fair, Zionism is a bit varied in itself, but I do not like the Zionist project. I'm just gonna say that. And before the war, many people did not like it either. It was not a super popular project. Let me just say that. It was not a mainstream, big, popular movement. Zionism.
Non-Zionist Jews were recently arrested at Capitol Hill for a ceasefire protest. Yes. Famous Zionists, ones you may be familiar, famous Jews you might be familiar with, are anti-Zionists. Judith Butler, not an unproblematic figure in her own right, but respected as an academic, wrote a book called Parting Ways, Jewishness and the Critique of Zionism. Highly recommend.
That one's actually very good. I must have to... Parting Ways, huh? I want to read this. But yes. President Sunday should have told Lucy Hazeh, famous Jewish people who are anti-Zionist. Written down. It's written down now. I have a... Yes.
This is an interesting sentence. Israel promised it would prevent another Holocaust, but on 10/7 it broke that promise. If she was being less disingenuous, the following sentence would have been, or the sentence would have continued, by enacting one of its own. Because if one...
I mean, it also broke it by allowing Jewish people to be killed by Hamas. That's not incorrect in its own right.
1,000 is a genocide. 3,000 is very much a genocide. 3,000 with the express intent by a state power, with the ability to do so, to remove an entire population from the ghetto it had already been forced into.
Right.
This bubble being burst has shaken us to our core. We are terrified for our survival, and this has awoken a historical trauma that is hard to process in words. God, this freak. There is a myth that Israel stands shivering and vulnerable in the Middle East amidst powerful enemies who can destroy it at will. This is the opposite of the truth. The Israeli military capacity, Israel's military capacities have, for over 50 years, been extraordinarily greater than all of its enemies combined. This is why in the 6-Day War they won.
It's supported by the US, so...
in 6 days. And aggressed first. But you'll see this used endlessly as a justification for literally any kind of Israeli aggression whatsoever. They have to. It's for their survival. I am genuinely grateful my grandparents, Holocaust survivors, have passed and are not subjected to see what I saw this week. Glad my grandparents are dead. It's an odd decision. That's a literary decision. To those not personally involved or affected by...
I would not dwell on this. I can understand what she meant.
This conflict, I know this is just another political discourse for you. No, this is actually a cataclysmic wrong that is being done to a people at the moment. And people like you are using a symptom of an earlier stage of that wrong as a justification for it. Hamas would not exist if the traditional leadership among the Palestinian people was not decimated. If attempts at diplomacy were not categorically ignored. There was a really perverse thing that took place when Arab representatives would send delegates to speak to the British. They would acknowledge them only on condition that they accepted the mandate, accepted the establishment of the State of Israel and their own subjection to that state of affairs. So, Catch-22, we'll acknowledge you as autonomous agents if you sacrifice your autonomy. You would never accept this if somebody attacked America, for example, and offered the same deal. Never. Yeah, look, I'll tell you what. We'll give you 70% of your land. Never mind the fact that you have militias on the ground that are actively, violently taking it from you anyways, that we're not going to do anything about. But we'll give you 70% of the land, let's say. But we'll plant, let's say, a Russian state right here. It's a minority, but it has state authority and you don't. However, moving on, I ask that you use your emotional distance to stand up against injustice and advocate for the innocent, both Palestinian and Israeli. Okay. I ask that you be careful what information you share online, what you jump to believing and are critical of the biased sources around you, including mine. That's slippery.
Wait, okay.
Your voices are needed very much at this time. Genocidal rhetoric masquerading as pro-Palestinian must be called out. Calling all Israelis colonizers, no settler is innocent, praising 10-7, etc.
That did happen.
Okay.
That did happen. People did say that they're not, basically like the speaking head, that all Israeli civilians were not civilians because they're settlers. That did happen.
Two things here. There's a conflation here that's really critical. No settler is innocent, praising 10-7, etc. I condemn those.
Right.
Categorically. On two grounds, by the way. Not only was what happened on the 7th of October a vile act of nihilistic, hateful mass murder, it could only be used as a pretext for the Israeli state to attack Palestinians. There was no hope in hell. There's no actual chance, and Hamas knows this, of Hamas retaking the land. They don't have the power to. That's what it comes down to at the end of the day. That's easy. Now, calling Israelis colonizers, though, that's a little different. Among other reasons for the principal first one, that the Zionist project was explicitly, and I don't mean explicitly, I mean explicitly quite literally, as in they literally called themselves colonizers. Associations that bought up land from Palestinian elites who had used Ottoman land reforms in order to scoop up land from under the peasants around them. Those were called, among other things, things like the Jewish Palestinian Colonization Association. Let me see if I got that name right, actually. Give me a sec. Let's be very careful here. Palestinian Jewish Colonization Association. I was close. It's in the word. This was a British colonial project. It was valorized as such. It was going to improve the lot of the barbarians who lived there. These were the early justifications for it. They're colonists. That's not a bad thing. That doesn't mean that you should be... that doesn't mean that it's okay to hurt you. That's just an explanation of the nature of the project that facilitates your existence in a place. It's a colonial project. I am a colonist. I'm not a colonist in the sense that I chose to colonize a place. I'm not blameworthy, personally, for what happened, for example, to the indigenous people where I sit. And, I mean, if you looked into the history of the indigenous people here, I'm sure you could find them doing a lot of similarly bad things themselves. The point is that when you're trying to rationalize violence against a native population, it's important to recognize the specific nature of the thing that you're doing. This isn't a necessary evil, what is happening to the Palestinians. This is the result of a land grab, an extensive project of grabbing land by a long sequence of deeply cynical, callous men.
Right. I can agree.
What is the difference between imperialism and colonialism? Colonialism typically involves boats. That's the difference. Colonialism, the difference is that colonialism typically involves the establishment of a colony in a place that is then subject to the metropole, I guess, whereas imperialism can involve simply taking the whole place as a kind of sub-state, right? So it's a process of it's an imperialistic strategy, I think, is the appropriate way to put it.
I guess.
Eris called herself an Israeli. She lives in Canada. Is she a colonizer? Of course. I think she actually comes from South Africa. We got the trifecta going. It's not a mark against her. She doesn't have any She didn't have any choice in the matter, at least in terms of where she was born, where she grew up. That's the result of her parents, and her parents were able to be there because of the decisions of other people. It's not their fault. Like, look, even the children of Benjamin Netanyahu himself, it's not appropriate to harm them either, despite of what's going on. They didn't do this. It's not their choice. I actually don't know if that's, like, maybe they're involved now. I don't know if his children are adults or if he has children. But,
probably does.
Like, on that basis alone,
I don't know, actually. I don't know.
That's not justice. Like, the nature of the problem with Palestine right now is that there have indeed, this is true. There have been generations now that have developed there. There are people there who now live there and have had children there and have grown up there.
Yeah.
In much the same way as people grew up in Jerusalem post the Islamic conquest of the place. Mm-hmm. Right? Mm-hmm. This is the problem. It's not a question of which people have a right to the land.
Right.
Nobody has a right to the land. Mm-hmm. There is no such thing as a right to land. Rights are established by political force. That's where they come from.
Yeah.
Otherwise, nature doesn't recognize a right of anybody to any particular territory. Mm-hmm. The issue is that according to our own ethic, at least the one we claim to avow, forcing families who are just trying to live off of their homes for the sake of an ethno-state is wrong.
Yes.
It doesn't matter if it doesn't matter if their ancestors lived there for 1,000 years or if they just came there 100 years before. Right. And that works in both directions. In order to reverse the problem, as it were, and actually attain Arab supremacy in that space, which is not something I really want, by the way, either way. In order to flip it around and to give the Arabs the autonomy they were promised by the British would require exactly the same genocidal action. The problem is that you need to figure out how to kind of square the circle, where the powers that be are explicitly genocidal, but also represent a massive population that doesn't itself deserve to be violently removed from their homes. And so what you need is a compromise where the people who live there, and most Palestinians, by the way, are in favor of this, despite the fact they voted for Hamas. Hamas is actually deeply unpopular, and most people in Palestine would have preferred, we have studies on this, would have preferred that Hamas give up its genocidal aims. But what you need is
Hamas did have to cross it out of their whole official thing, so that's...
create a situation in which people are able to live and be productive. Because there's only one way to attain an ethno-state of any variety without genocide. You don't.
Oh, there's ethnic cleansing.
Dehumanizing language referring to all Palestinians as animals as if they haven't been systematically oppressed by the same foreign-funded terrorist org that tried to genocide us on 10/7 themselves. Interesting decision. Interesting decision, Eris. You didn't say, for example, the Israeli government, which is itself a foreign-funded terrorist organization, many would argue, I think with justification, that is attempting to just genocide them actively as we speak. They must be rightfully demonized. They don't need to be demonized. They're evil. We've already recognized this. Right. Additionally, the anti-Semitism and Islamophobia resulting from this disaster must be minimized as much as possible. I would also like to point out, here we go.
This is the part that I really don't like.
I would also like to point out that using the word genocide to describe Israel's actions in response to a massacre on a scale that hasn't been seen since the Holocaust is the most vile and irresponsible rhetoric I've ever seen. Hamas, which has genocidal intentions written explicitly into their charter.
That was actually crossed out, but that's neither here nor there.
Door-to-door torturing, raping, and slaughtering civilians, specifically to wipe us out of the land and cause terror. These were official orders. You can see their instruction pamphlets for yourself, and you can see their actions on video for yourself. Not a word of the State of Israel doing the exact same thing. The exact same thing. Often conveniently covered over by the fact that most of its rapes take place in its prisons. But leaving that aside, the Israeli government has been expressly genocidal. It doesn't become less murder because you bomb families indiscriminately from the air. Superior technology does not sanitize murdering civilians at the scale of thousands and thousands and thousands.
I mean, the Nazis also bombed
And if you're going to use the
Warsaw,
word genocide
etc.
to describe a third of the consequences of the accrued death of an ongoing violent action right now, then it's trivial that the one that is at least 3 times as large, that involves the actually effective pushing out of an entire population of people from their homes, from a place to erase them from the population of Gaza, that is trivially genocidal. If you're going to compare that to the Holocaust, then the other thing that is 3 times larger should also be compared to the Holocaust. The only way you can arrive at treating the larger slaying, the larger mass murder, as
Genocides are not about numbers of people killed. Like, we really need to remember that. A genocide is not a big mass murder. A mass murder is not the same as a genocide. We can't do that.
as unworthy of the title of Holocaust, while the lesser one is, or of genocide, while the lesser one is because the first one's special. It's an especially bad thing when a Jew is killed, but when a Palestinian is killed, that's unfortunate. Targeting civilians to wipe them out of the land is far closer to Israel's actions in some villages in 1948 than anything resembling the current situation. Israel has explicitly told Gazans they need to leave en masse. Just leave. Go to Egypt.
Which will not let them through, by the way. Just saying.
Well, Israel has engaged in an illegal occupation of Palestinians. I think she means Palestinian territory.
Yeah, Palestinian.
Broken international law and engaged in war crimes in the past. Calling these actions genocide is intellectually dishonest and incredibly dangerous. We saw how dangerous it was when the world, including major news orgs like the BBC World, reported claims on the tragedy in the hospital in Gaza with only
What's coming is really bad. That next part is really bad.
Hamas as a source. Well, Israel's not on the ground reporting when residential areas and civilians are bombed. So, unfortunately, that's what they got. This flimsy info led to important Arab countries pulling out of peace talks that could have minimized the humanitarian disaster in Gaza.
I know what this is referring to. This is actually not the way it went. The important Arab countries pulling out of the peace talks was actually, yes, it was because of the it was because of the Israel response, yes, which is actually this is actually theorized to be the goal of Hamas to begin with, by the way. Israel pulling out of this peace talk. I wonder if President Sunday is going to talk on this, because I know what peace talk is being referenced here.
Well, the U.S. also pulled out. The U.S. actually vetoed a proposition for a ceasefire.
That's not what aristocracy is. That's not what aristocracy is referring to. I think what she's referring to is that U.S., Saudi Arabia, Israel talks that were happening before the Hamas attacks. I think that's the peace talks that she is referring to. And then after Hamas attacked, Israel, as we can see, started basically genociding Palestinian people, which is sort of the opposite of giving concessions to Palestine. And Saudi Arabia pulled out because won't support a state that is treating Palestinian people like this. I believe that is what aristocracy is referring to here, but I might be wrong.
The world jumped to believe a radical genocidal terrorist organization who had just intentionally massacred over 1,000 human beings. Indeed. And still held 200 of them hostage, who flaunted and laughed while they desecrated Jewish bodies. Just absorb that for a minute. If Israel is guilty of a genocide right now in Gaza, that means almost every country in the world has and regularly engages in genocide. I have some bad news for you, Eris. They do. What is that too scary for you? Like, what is this? Oh, if we say this is a bad thing, if we say this is that bad thing, then that bad thing happens everywhere. Is that impossible? I mean, to be clear, you would, I'm sure I've seen you talk about how, for example, Jews have been persecuted all over the globe.
True.
Right? Would we deny this on the grounds that would mean that anti-Semitism is global? Of course not. What a silly thing to argue. It's actually precisely... Like, look, it's not just that every country in the world has and regularly engages in genocide. Almost every country in the world has been under the dominion of a colonial empire. And through the course of that, it has engaged in genocide. And it has set the terms of politics as being inherently genocidal. This means that the Allies perpetuated a genocide against the Germans in World War II.
This is really bad. What does that mean? What does that mean that the Allies perpetuated a genocide against Israel? Bombing Gaza is to aristocracy as allies fighting against the Nazis in World War II? I would really like this to be clarified for me somehow. I don't think Palestinians should have to leave.
Making World War II morally equal between both sides.
I don't know.
Because
I don't even know what to say to this. Like, what is that supposed to mean?
The German state was at war with the Allies. The war was with Germany as a state.
Yes.
What's happening in Gaza right now is not a war. What's happening in Gaza right now is an indiscriminate bombing of a civilian center.
Yes.
With a criminal organization. That is being
What is this sentence?
Propped up by this, that has been propped up by the state that is currently attacking it. For precisely that purpose.
Right.
PDX Pleb, thank you for the $10. I think we could coax her into a better position Sunday. There's no way being on bad terms with the Arab world will benefit Israel. That's why we have to free Palestine.
I think someone should donate to me. Also join the page. You need to join the page and donate to me. That's your destiny. If you're an illogical actor, if you're a logical thinker, then you will donate to me. That's what Destiny would do. Or something. Because Destiny's a logical thinker, isn't he? So he would know to donate to me.
I mean, they've chosen to be on bad terms with the Arab world for a long time. They've benefited profoundly from it. That's not true. I'm sorry to say. I would like to believe that. I would like to believe that the material reality makes it so that there is some pragmatic contradiction in what Israel is doing that will undermine its power, but they're being allowed to do what they do right now for a reason. Yes, Israel's guilty of a genocide right now, and not just in Gaza. It's also guilty of establishing apartheid conditions and subjecting the native population to extreme humiliation and brutality, and indeed rape and terror. And yeah, the bare fact that this is a ubiquitous feature of colonial programs across the globe does not make it less so. So listen to this. Almost every country in the world has and regularly engaged in genocide, and this renders the word meaningless. How? How? Do we not mean something specific by it? What if
That's a silly argument. I'm sorry. And I'm tired of this argument as well, by the way. If we use... Oh, God.
every country did engage in genocide? What if, like, there was a worldwide Nazi regime, and every single country in the world tried to genocide their local Jewish population? Would that cease to mean something? Would it cease to be genocide because it's ubiquitous? What a stupid thing to say. But if Israel is a state, then almost every place in the world is... Yeah, does that mean the word state doesn't have any meaning? This is the stupidest line of argumentation I've ever seen. I've seen people use it frequently.
Yes,
the purpose of the term...
I have seen people use it frequently, unfortunately.
The term genocide is not to say double plus bad. The purpose of the word genocide is to identify that the geno part of the word is being cited. An ethnic group, or some kind of collectivity of people, is being specifically targeted for extermination.
Yes.
That's all it means. It can happen in one place, it can happen in every place.
Yeah.
What do you mean that's sexism? If that's sexism, the sexism is everywhere. What do you mean that's rape? If that's rape, then that means rapes are being committed everywhere. Like, what is this logic? The response to this is often...
And I've seen it used too many times, unfortunately. It is unfortunate. What is this pause?
And met with, well, Israel has killed more Palestinian civilians. This fact is undeniably and tragically true. This is one of her favorite words. It's tragic. Just, oh, no. Oh dear. Look what you made us do. The majority of leftists who argue this moral point uniquely
The response to this is often met with, well, Israel has killed more.
use it against Israel when they genuinely don't believe this argument themselves. What argument? That's not an argument. That's just a fact. Israel has killed more Palestinian civilians. So if you're trying to say that what Israel has done isn't genocidal, but they've killed more civilians. In addition, by the way, civilians of a particular ethnic type, while making explicitly genocidal statements from their official organs of government calling them the children of darkness,
Yes,
then Israel is genocidal.
I would agree with that, yeah. I would agree with this assessment.
Right-wingers wrongly use the same flawed logic to claim the Soviet Union is worse than the Nazis. No, they just... policies killed more people. The reason why the Nazi regime is worse than the Soviet one is because those deaths weren't the result of corruption and misallocation and criminal negligence and indeed also political purges, and indeed like other things too.
Also genocide.
The Nazi killings were unique, not so unique actually, because as we've been talking about, like, this is actually par for the course. In fact, by the way, a lot of the leadership that probably would have created a lot more stability within Palestinian among Palestinian communities now, a lot of those were put into explicitly concentration camps by the British after the Arab Revolt.
Mm-hmm.
But the reason why the Nazis were uniquely bad was because their purpose was the killing. Their purpose was to get rid of a people. It wasn't mismanagement. The Nazis didn't mismanage millions of Jews to death. They murdered them on purpose, like Israel is murdering the children of darkness in Gaza right now. While the Soviet Union should face criticism for these high numbers, any moral equivocation with the Nazis is based on some flawed moral system I genuinely don't understand. Every civilian death in war is a tragedy and must be minimized as possible. But when assuming the weight of guilt, intention matters. The creation of the word genocide bases its entire existence on this thesis. No. The word genocide is concerned with the elimination of groups. Actually, the UN use of it is narrower.
Yes.
Than the one.
It eliminated two groups. Political and social. It crossed out. Which, by the way, the Soviet Union demanded that it happened.
Given by Lemkin in his what's the book called? Shoot, we went through it with Doe a little while ago. If you don't believe intention matters, you don't believe in the word genocide, so stop using it. Do you want to see what the intentions of the, for those who aren't familiar, do you want to see what the intentions of the Israeli government are?
I want to see. I want to see.
This is the Prime Minister of Israel.
I saw this.
This is a struggle between the children of light and the children of darkness, between humanity and the law of the jungle. This was deleted, by the way.
I wonder why.
Flew a little too close to the sun with this one.
Yeah.
Israel tells 1.1 million Gazans to evacuate south. Israel's military is telling 1.1 million people in northern Gaza to evacuate their homes immediately as it appears to prepare to ramp up retaliation for Hamas's October 7th attacks. This was published on the 13th. The UN and several humanitarian groups have sharply criticized Israel's evacuation order. I guarantee you Eris didn't look at any photos of parents carrying the limp bodies of their children out from being crushed under the rubble of their homes. Do you know how much time they are given to evacuate? And once again, lest we forget, the warning to evacuate is a bomb on the roof. Boom! Run. Leave everything you own behind, your entire life. Just run into the streets.
Right.
Into a city without running water or electricity, in the dark. Just run. Where are you gonna go? Where's safe? Fuck you. That's where. They're given between 10 and 30 minutes is the number I've heard. Imagine telling, like, your grandparent, say, there's a thump on the roof. Yeah, there's bombs all around. There's a thump on the roof. We gotta go now. You have to leave everything behind. Everything. Your family pictures, your belongings, every treasured object you own, every heirloom, all your clothes, all your food. Just run. It's going to take a few minutes to convince them to leave, in all likelihood. There maybe once you do, they'll scramble to grab some things. Maybe there's something precious they didn't remember where they put it. They need to find it first. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. They aren't doing roof knocks anymore? Well, there you go. Point I'm getting at. If this demented nutball would spare us the crocodile tears while she's carrying water for an ongoing genocide, that'd be swell. I would like that very much. Your trauma has no currency here. Your Canadian trauma has no currency here. Not while you are defending, I mean truly defending, The fact that you are insisting this is a defense of this. You are sanitizing what the Israeli government, what the IDF is doing to the people in Gaza.
You are.
That's what you're doing.
I'm sorry.
Because you're special. You're important. Your life and the lives of the people that you care about, they matter. These people's lives, they're just... Who cares? Who cares what those people in the slum, what happens to them? Who cares? Breaking international law to further your military goals must always be avoided. Avoided. Like it's an accident. Oops, we didn't evade it fast enough. Shoot, war crimes. However, intentionally trying to maximize civilian casualties out of hate for an ethnic group is a unique type of evil. Israel, dear God, that's a Freudian slip.
Oh
is
my God.
A unique type of evil both Hamas and the Nazis are guilty of. And Israel, incidentally.
Indeed.
Do you know what happened when, as a consequence of the Arab Revolt, the British put out the 1939 White Paper, putting a stop on Jewish immigration? Mm-hmm. Because by the way, the express purpose of this was to create the military might possible to eject the native population. But after the Arab Revolt, the British put a stop. They finally listened. Okay? Took a bloody war to do it, but they finally listened. Israeli terrorists bombed them. Bombed a whole hotel full of civilians. The moral equivocation of Hamas and Israel is abhorrent, and anyone who engages in this must think critically about their own logic behind this. The moral equivocation of Hamas and Israel is obvious. There is one difference between the state of Israel and Hamas, and that's that
Hamas has less resources than Israel.
Hamas doesn't have the military strength to do what Israel is doing.
Right.
Israel is doing right now... You've seen the photos, you've seen the flattening of entire cities, of people who are already not free to escape. What's the current death toll? I actually haven't updated that in a couple of days. As of 7 hours ago, we've exceeded 4,000. 4,000. My apologies. I've been using outdated information. 4,000. Unfortunate. 4,000 tragedies.
I don't think that's the real number.
I also want to be clear that I will not be engaging with those who deny 10-7, cheer Hamas freedom fighters, or are otherwise insensitive to what my family and I experienced that day. You're in Canada.
She has family in Israel, from what I gather, but...
The people in Gaza are being bombed en masse. 4,000. They did not kill 4,000 Hamas military men. They did not kill 4,000 members of Hamas. They killed thousands and thousands of innocent people who had no choice in the matter.
Right.
Unnecessarily. What were they... What is the goal, if not to simply remove them? To those who are angry I haven't posted as much about the civilians lost in Gaza and are calling out unbalanced biased coverage, you are completely correct. Good. Fuck you. You're going to whitewash what Israel is doing, insisting that a death toll now 4 times as great is not genocide, but the one against people you care about clearly is. Fuck you. The Jewish people are my family, and we are quite literally all related. And like, I'll... She feels...
I'm doubling down when this conflict comes to ceasefire. That's a really silly take. Just leave. That's a stupid take. Leave where?
Jesus Christ. Yeah, you are actually just a racist, Eris. Because now you're not talking about your family anymore. Now you're just saying Jews just matter more to you. 2/3 of the death toll are women and children.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I guarantee you the ones who survive aren't going to be de-radicalized by this. I was going to approach this coolly. I am actually, like... I've never been made so mad by a Twitter thread about people I'll never meet before. This is a natural response and I refuse to be demonized for it. Well, I'm sorry, demon, but it's not really up to you. You're being demonized for this because you're a racist fascist supporter. That's what you are. This entire screed is just a feel sorry for me and my feelings because people of my race/religious group were attacked. And by the way, we're special.
Race is a dicey word to use here.
Those other 4,000 people, mostly women and children that are being actively murdered by the Israeli government, yeah, they don't get the special word. They're just accidents, unfortunate little side effects of what we just have to do.
Continue.
I have received countless messages from other Jews and Israelis grateful for me speaking up for a voice that is regularly ignored or heard in liberal left spaces. We are such a small minority, 0.2% of the world's population, and thus on social media our voices are so often drowned out where numbers are everything. No, they're not. The United States has been propping up the state of Israel for decades and decades.
Although I don't think the state of Israel represents all Jewish voices, just to be clear. Just to be clear on that one. That one I have to really stress. The Israeli state does not represent all Jewish voices. Okay? I would say actually that the Jewish voices that are anti-Zionist are actually being drowned out where the numbers are everything.
What are you talking about?
What? That's just...
What is she talking about? It's remarkable how much of a voice Zionists get on public media.
Well, again, Zionists are not Jewish people. I mean, you know what I mean.
It's insane.
You know what I mean. Yeah.
No other group bombing a civilian population would get this kind of cover. Last night I had my first without nightmare since 10/7. What did the mass slaughter of Palestinian women and children lull you to sleep?
That's an unfortunate...
I'm hoping I can begin the process towards healing from this. Nobody gives a fuck about you. You're not special. You are a Canadian. You're a Canadian who's whinging because people rightfully condemned you for treating Palestinian deaths like they don't matter because of your supremacy complex. So when you say, I don't want to lose my empathy for the Palestinian cause, you don't have any empathy. I don't know if you have the organ for it. The only person you have empathy for is yourself. This whole pity party has been about your trauma. You, a person in Canada, safe from all of this. 4,000 people have been obliterated by ordnance from the air. I'm also especially grateful for the empathetic and responsible coverage by Lonerbox, who, while I don't agree with him on everything, uniquely manages to strike the balance between advocating unapologetically for Palestinian human rights. Is this why... What is Lonerbox getting out of this deal? I'm really confused. Because he's jumped to her defense multiple times now. One where she was defending police brutality or the essentiality of police in all places by saying, well, the ancient Romans had police. They didn't, by the way. She ran from that one. She never actually substantiated that because the police as an institution is very recent. The police does not mean oh, we put people in charge of monitoring the streets and catching people we deemed bad guys. That's not what the police means. But secondly,
Secondly?
I don't get this.
Okay, there's no secondly.
I don't get it. Well, I do get it actually.
Where is the secondly?
Loner Box will
present?
basically simp for anyone who gives him access to an audience. That's basically it. He
so
initially
harsh.
became big criticizing people like Ben Shapiro, and now all of a sudden he's getting love bombed by DGG. So now he's like the well, we know where he's at. This is the part.
Hello, Exoblivion. Boner Box. Sunday went really hard here, but I can relate so hard. One of his most based videos in a while. Aris doesn't stream. No, he's talking about Loner Box now, not about Aristocracy. Sashi, he's not talking about Aristocracy now. He's talking about Loner Box. Just to be clear, that this fragment about streaming is not about Aristocracy. I know that Aristocracy is not streaming. It's about Loner Box, the streamer. Ouch. My leg fell asleep. I do stream, so you should watch me. Do you know that I once been called the Polish Aristocracy by Baron Penada? That one I get a little bit less. I'm not sure what sort of audience Loner Box can get from Aristocracy. Okay, we'll say I'm not sure about this one. Maybe the logic is that by being nice to Aristocracy, Loner Box gets DGG views or something. I would have to ask President Sunday or something. I mean, I guess. I'm not sure. But do you know who is streaming? Me. I am streaming. I think he's asking that himself, like, what does he get for this from her? Okay. I guess he's just asking the question. Listen, I stream and you should consider donating to me. Because today nobody's donated yet. I'm on $0 tonight, even though I've done some very heavy work with translating part of a lecture by a professor about the origins of Judaism, which is extremely interesting. And you've missed it. Some of you have missed it. Some of you have not missed it. But some of you have. Oh, it's okay, Garfield. Thingamajig. You don't have to apologize for not having money. I know I will not apologize for not having money. I will beg for money, but I will not apologize for not having money. That's the... Garfield? Okay, listen. Listen here, Gabriel. Oh my God. Listen here, Gabriel, the thingamajig. Gabriel is almost Garfield, okay? Gabriel almost looks like Garfield in my eyes. Yeah, of course. Started not liking Sunday, but we are coming to the end of this season. And I'm liking this nonsense that is calling out BS and hypocrisy, I guess. Wait, you don't like me? Oh. Dex Max, that's... You're President Sunday, but not me? Call me Estelle if that's easy. Yes, it's easier. Estelle, who has been called Garfield by me. I'm gonna write this down so that I don't forget. Um, done. I like Lucy even though I have no money. Aww. It's okay. You don't need to have money to like me. It's okay. Having money is not a requirement to liking me. My goodness. It's not like a hard... Here's my name on Discord. Okay. Wait, are you on the giggle card? Are you on my Discord? Are you? I'm gonna search your name and the giggle card and see if you're here. You're not? You are? You don't chat much, do you? You don't chat much, do you? Oh, yeah, you are. I'm not sure if you really chat much in the giggle card. You don't chat much. Set it up to talk with my... Ah, yes, that's right. You should chat more in the giggle card. But we cannot smuggle HRT because apparently all the companies destroyed on site, so I have to go there after all. So unfortunate.
Part that I resent, okay? We're not talking about aristocracy, because aristocracy is unique in these positions.
True. Is the Discord open to join? Of course. I think there's even a command. See, there's a command, Discord, in the chat. Weird, I was asking you before to educate me and that message never got through. Wait, what message? Educate you on what? Elucidate you on what? What? Ah, you're welcome. You should chat a lot on the giggle card. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue this. Let's see. What's the situation? Metal Gear is out. The collection. Metal Gear Solid. Could play it on stream. Metal Gear. Metal Girl.
She's not even uniquely big. She's actually pretty small as far as these people go.
I mean, she's pretty big considering that she's been inactive for so long. I will say that. I've heard they didn't change much. I don't mind them. I do not mind them not changing much, to be honest. Snake.
The problem is that we are cursed right now. We have a plague of pseudo-leftists and pseudo-progressives who bought the bullshit that progressives run the world and decided to be on the side of the empire until they realized that they weren't and that the better grift was actually for the right wing. And then they switched.
What?
The issue is that this was a con. People like Aristocracy and Lonerbox, even Destiny, they sold themselves as progressive voices. They built themselves up doing so.
Oh, okay.
And then as they realized that,
I'm building up myself as the progressive voice, but I'm actually progressive, so it's okay. Isn't that right, Gigglers? I am the progressive voice of giggling and justice.
There's limited growth potential here. They switched, but they weren't upfront about it. They didn't say, hey, I don't believe this anymore. Hey, I've changed my mind. Hey, da-da-da-da. They just switched. They saw where the winds were turning. And we need to be smarter than to keep falling for that. Because that's a liability. We now have a situation...
I'm smart.
...where we have people gatekeeping access to an audience in this space that were disingenuous about their loyalties, so that when they switched, now all of a sudden the people you rely upon in order to help create an ecosystem in which leftist and progressive voices can survive and flourish in this space and can like create positive outreach and actually like maybe turn into something efficacious, they're now being gatekept out by people who are actually opposed to them. I think the...
Let's see, President Sunday is still streaming. See, President Sunday's stream is over. It's over. Damn. I stream longer than anybody, don't I? I began before President Sunday. I continue after President Sunday is done.
The grossest example of this was recently. For this, like... And here's the crucial point. Not for politics.
Leaving aside the audacity to the demands that where should they leave? Don't worry, Ex-Oblivion. I've already asked this question on this stream about 10 times. Where exactly are the Palestinians supposed to leave? So don't worry. I've got your back, Ex-Oblivion. I've asked this question several times. Because that is a ridiculous thing to say. Let's not even pretend that it's not a ridiculous thing to say. Demon Mom is the only streamer that can keep up with you. True. Demon Mama has like hundreds of people watching, and I've got 6. Which is sometimes pronounced as sex in some languages. It's true. Oh, I know why. It's because of... We need to do a hair check. Oh my god. My hair looks... You know, I'm pretty sure 6 is sex in Swedish. I'm slowly starting to look better. Slowly. Yeah, in Yiddish. See? That's why I love Yiddish. That's exactly why. On this stream, we love Yiddish on this stream. Okay? We love Yiddish on this stream. To a country where they would accept them as citizens on the condition that they being that is Dex-Mex. It's fantasy thinking. It's fantastical thinking, Dex-Mex. But yes, on this stream we love. My knowledge is basically limited to numbers and random slang. I have a whole book that I want to start learning Yiddish from. And I also will probably go to the Yiddish Land Institute. But that's neither here nor there, isn't it? Is it? Yeah. Yiddish is great. Which is another thing, by the way, which is another criticism of Israel while we're at it. Israel, who did its best to limit, forbid, and marginalize Yiddish. Just so you know, that is something that Israel has actively engaged in, marginalization of Yiddish. Just so you're perfectly aware that that's actually a thing. And you think they will be in a position to coexist as equals if they just move? No, I don't think so. Okay, let's continue.
Politics. When you see like a whole bunch of people, like in Vosh's mod staff, for example, which is really Keffel's mod staff, as we've sort of learned recently, like people in this space, people like Brianna Wu, etc. When you see all of these people suddenly throwing fellow leftists under the bus for the sake of building bridges with people on the right, they're not doing so to the advantage of people on the left. They're doing so to the advantage of people who grifted off the left and who recognize that there is another market to be tapped, and this gives them access to that. But progressive causes don't benefit from this. Progressive viewers don't benefit from this. Progressive activists don't benefit from this. The only people who benefit from this are the channel figureheads who are in the process of trying to launder their betrayal of those things. Vosh's position is that Israel is doing a genocide. Vosh, I have to be...
Sorry. I keep forgetting, because I'm a narcissist at my core. Listen, I got lost in my own thing here.
Be careful here. Vosh is not his staff, which is weird. I'm perplexed by it. But Vosh has actually been with hiccups here and there. Like his take on BLM recently was bad. I still have to respond to that. But Vosh has actually been remarkably sincere.
I sincere.
Think the problem is that Vosh has been so hands-off with his platform outside of just appearing on camera that he's kind of lost control over it. I don't think he's really in touch with what it actually does. He was surprised when he looked at his subreddit and was like, this doesn't even look like my community. What's going on? So, no. Anyways, I'm Aristocracy is a disingenuous nutball. This is one of the most disgusting things I've read in a long while. And I see no end to it. We are going to see... So, I guess, productive, okay? Let's end on, like, a useful note. I think the biggest challenge right now is, while we are awash, this won't last forever, but it will come back. This is the condition of humanity right now. while we are awash in disingenuous actors that have used progressive platforms, platforms that they've built defending progressive causes, categorically betraying them, and going so far as to carry water for genocidal regimes as they're bombing civilians. People who actually probably do more positively in their lives than they will ever will. It is very easy to kind of lose yourself in outrage towards it, and to stop being productive and to start reacting. And what you need to recognize is that the reason why we're able to refer to the history of stuff that has led up to this point, like for example in the case of Israel, is because this is not new. This has been happening for over a century. Long over a century, in fact. For a very, very long time. What your job is, insofar as you have one, is not to beat them, because you can't. Your job is to educate the people around you.
I will...
Educate yourself first and foremost.
Oh, okay.
And do your best to make the people around you better and more equipped to address this stuff in their day-to-day lives, and eventually that spreads.
I will do my best.
And then, of course, like political advocacy and things like that. Go canvass if you want. Maybe it'll do something. But critically, that's what it is. You need to do your best to make the people around you better people. This is a bit unique right now, what's happening in Israel, because this is the first time this has happened on this scale in a way that's we've had such immediate access to. One of the reasons why critics of Israel now are not being simply squeezed out of every place is because it's more difficult to whitewash bombing civilians when you can actually see their TikTok videos showing them being bombed. Right? You can actually see their houses coming down. You can see...
I'm not a big fan of calling people freaks, just so it's clear. But I do have criticisms of aristocracy. And my criticism of aristocracy is not of having nightmares. After all, the anti-Semitism on the Warsaw March did alarm me as well, but I just don't agree with aristocracy. I just don't agree. I'm just gonna say that. I wouldn't take the approach Sunday did in this video. Right, I think the criticism can get buried behind strong language, but maybe I should add the title Jewish to my title. I'm the biggest Polish Jewish trans creator. There we go. That's my expanded title. The biggest Polish Jewish trans streamer. Okay, let's continue. It's basically ending now. So
see the desolation as it's happening. Where the opportunity is given to the actors to, like the Israeli authorities, to publish their genocidal intentions in English to your computer screen within seconds. And even if they delete it, it's too late. It's everywhere.
That's true.
This is a good thing. What's happening right now is not a good thing. But it is not simply...
There's also tons of misinformation, people giving footage from past conflicts and framing them as footage from the current conflict, and some apparently US senators falling for it, so it's a double-edged sword, I suppose. I suppose it has its drawbacks.
The case that the relevant actors, both in terms of people carrying water for it and the people enacting it, are going to get away with it. It's not that clear. We don't know what will be the immediate consequence of what's happening in Gaza at the moment. What we do know is that what we have ahead of us is a long haul. This is not something that we have the power to interfere with. This is something that we need to use to make sure that later on down the line, we're better and more equipped for it. And so that there are more people in power who can address it. Right now, the mission is to stay sane. Don't use this as... Don't be triggered by what's going on in the insanity that you're reading online into getting into frothing at the mouth skirmishes with people on Twitter and losing long hours of your day and just getting more and more bitter and exhausted. Use the opportunity to read up on the history of what's going on so that you can start arguing it forcefully and effectively and efficiently. And so that you can demonstrate later on, once you've mastered this, which I certainly have, and I'm working on that, is that you've mastered this so that you can put to shame people who are peddling in lies for ignoble reasons.
I just don't think any disagreement of criticism will get through in the way he is coming at it. I guess I can see that. I guess I could see that. I mean, I've delivered criticisms throughout this. Do you disagree with them, or do you disagree with the criticism that I've delivered throughout this, or maybe did I not make myself clear in any way? Okay, let's continue. It's basically over, the video. Yeah, it's over. I think it's okay. Wait, what is okay? The video or my criticism or what? What is okay? Estelle. What is okay, Estelle? Or Estelle, as I would say it. Which one? Oh, your criticism, okay. So if you've enjoyed this, press like, subscribe, hit the bell, and do all the things that you should do to support Lucy Hazeh. ST. I think to think on it more from a legal perspective, but it's just because I'm a last year and that's how I think of things. That's fair. I think of things on... Because remember that the legal framework can be flawed. Oh, the legal framework can be a bit flawed, you see, since the Soviet Union worked hard and political groups and social groups were removed from the legal framework of genocide. So I think that sometimes just the legal framework can be insufficient in analyzing certain things. Do you agree? So now we're gonna be taking a bit of a break from this. Exit program. We're going to... Problem with international law is that it's decided by states. That is a problem indeed. 6 hours of streaming. Wow. We're really getting our hours in, aren't we? But no donations. No donations? Gigglers. I'm gonna play some more game. And then we're gonna do another thing. The states have an interest in not recognizing their own crimes. I mean, that is what essentially the USSR did when it demanded that social and political groups be removed from the genocide definition thing. Right. I think that you are too nice to call out Eris. Me? I'm too nice? Maya Mayor. Can we look at the link I sent earlier? Yes. Can you resend it? Can you send it again? We will look at it right now. I'm not ignoring you. I would never. Maya Mayor. I would never ignore you. I am too nice. That's not true. I'm not too nice. I'm awful. Am I not awful? I think I'm awful, so I'm not too nice. Okay, what is this? What is this, and why is this person so much bigger than me? Explain this to me, please.
Oh my god! Oh no! Oh my god!
What?
Oh! Don't ban me, I didn't make this! Oh no! They're chasing after him! Oh god! This is problematic, but I didn't do anything! The Jews did this! I should probably
oh my god, what a...
phrase it when I say that, but it's just so tempting. Oh my god!
Thank you for this. Just see more nuance on a descriptive basis because the legal definition is narrower. So I guess I don't agree with her saying to call it genocide is wrong, but I don't necessarily agree that it is one yet. I sort of think it already is, but it is a thing. It is definitely a thing to be discussed. Okay. It's the same people who are behind cars for kids. What? I'm sorry. What? I'm sorry? The kids? Whose kids? What kids? I don't have kids. Let's go. Where are you going? Oh, wow. What game is this? It's the Sea of Stars. It was commercial, I don't know, it was weird. It was run by... Hello, Moose Watcher. Hello. Finally, some more gigglers in this place. It is unfortunate, I will agree with this. But I think this is why it's important for Jewish anti-Zionist voices to speak, you know? This is why I also organized the discussion with Shakespeare last time. Because I think you must not forget that there anti-Zionist Jewish people do exist and they do speak on these things. This is why we went over the whole in great detail, very slowly, very methodically. We went through the history of it all. It took us about 4 hours to go through the history and to approach the creation of Israel as a state, but I think it's extremely important context that everybody should know. That's first of all. But also, you should consider supporting your favorite streamer by a donation of $5, $1, $10. I will be very grateful as the situation is not ideal for me right now. Let me just say. Rome, what? Oh. So remember, if you have $1 to spare, that $1 for you is 4 times more for Lucy Hazet. It's true. You might have thought that it's not true, but it's actually true. $1 for you is like over 4 złotys for me. Polish złotys, that's the currency. PLN. Thank you for the $27, Maya Mayor. Oh my god. For watching the clip. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. $27. Wow. That's a lot. Thank you. That's definitely more than $1. Thank you very much. I need some sexy. Poland doesn't use the euro? No. And there's a big problem with that right now, by the way. Apparently the food prices have reached the level of Germany. and Germany uses the euro with the same prices, while Poland uses a 4 times weaker currency when food is basically, in some cases, similar to Germany in prices. So we pay German prices for food, but we use a weaker currency to do it. Amazing. Thanks to our current government, of course. Yeah, sometimes I just feels like you can never do enough to prove you're an anti-Zionist. Like Ethan Klein says Israel is a genocide, though, and he has been getting so much hate and truly anti-Semitic shit about caring about Israel civilians that he cancelled his show with Hassan. Yeah, I really feel for Ethan Klein on this one. You can't win. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but I'm also going to care about Israeli civilians. There's no way I'm not. You know? There's just no way. And you shouldn't just care about Israeli civilians if you're Jewish. You should care about civilians across the board. You don't have to belong to a group to care for civilians. I think that misses the point in a really big way. It could, but it could, yeah. I think it could, but it would require pretty strong. I know he does. I know he does. But I'm talking about people in general. I'm not talking about Ethan Klein specifically here. You know? Like the amount of people that just said that said that Israeli civilians just deserve to die because they're all settlers and settlers are not civilians. This is just horrible. There's no other way to put it. It's just horrible. You know? I mean, Ethan has like every right position, hates the state of Israel, cares about civilian in Israel, condemns Hamas and is pro-Palestine. I don't know why he gets so much hate now, to be honest. I mean, I don't agree with everything he said in the last weeks, but it's insane how much he hated it is, yeah. Like, I can only posit 2 hypotheses. If you're interested in my opinion, that I can pose you 2 hypotheses. One is, I guess, one would be the obvious one, anti-Semitism. That some of it is anti-Semitism against Ethan Klein. That would be one explanation. And the other explanation would be, I guess, the other explanation would be that people are just stupid on these topics. Which sounds very mean, but like it's people that say that no Israeli civilians are actually civilians. Oh yeah, Poland had rapid inflation, yeah. Granted, there are absolutely some obstacles. Even countries that currently use the euro have notable expectations. like in some of the Dutch Caribbean species, mini-species, and considered. Like, I will just say one thing. If Poland had the euro, I would be making much less money from streaming. I would be making 4 times less. Let that sink in. So because Poland has its own weaker currency, by making money in the dollar, I'm actually making much more. Does that make sense? The weak Polish currency makes it sustainable for me right now. The fact that I'm making money in dollars actually means that the streaming is sustainable for me now because it's worth 4 times more. If that makes sense. So if Poland adopted the euro, I would somehow need to find a way to suddenly make 4 times more than I'm making now. They're not adjusted, no. Stuff is cheaper in Poland in general. Prices are not just adjusted, no. The equivalent of prices of things in Poland are not 1 to euro, that's no. When you live in a euro country and you go to Poland, things will be cheaper for you. Apart from food, apparently. But yes, gigglers. Ooh. I've seen strange things on Twitter. For like people who are always hating Jewish people standing with them is But yes. That is why I always consider doing a little bit of a donation to Lucy Hazeh. Because Lucy Hazeh is experiencing a tough moment. It's true. Hehe. Hehe. But tomorrow I will be starting a thing. Munarang. Hypothetically, if Kaliningrad, Königsberg, or Królewiec, as you would call it in Polish, were up for grabs to speak, which country do you believe would be most likely to take the territory, or would independence be likely outcome? Okay, I have said it many times, and I will say it again. I think that Królewiec or Königsberg should become part of Lithuania, because Lithuania right now is very small and sad. And if it got to that part, then it would suddenly be not as small and sad, you know? That's my geopolitical analysis on which country should get that bit of land, okay? Lithuania is small and sad, and it could have a chance not to be. That's my political analysis of the situation. What do you think? Like in Croatia before they got the euro, 1 euro was around 7 kuna, but all products are cheaper compared to Germany, for example, because of lower incomes, lower cost of living, etc. Not that I have the euro, the prices have adjusted in the sense that the number went down, but the worth is still the same. Compared to before. Lithuania is indeed small and sad, but didn't they originally refuse it because of the Russian settlers, because it could be used as justification for future invasion of the part of Russia? Granted, it's up for grabs. I'd imagine Russia will be out of the picture entirely, considering it like he'd be utterly defeated. Actually, after the war, Królewicz was supposed to become part of Poland, but Stalin just decided that it would be part of the USSR. That's what happened. Initially it was supposed to become part of Poland. If that makes sense. All right. Boom, boom. Kamba. There we go. We've done it. We're good. This does not lead anywhere. One moment. I'm not sure if we'll be talking about the Cossacks still today. I think we will. I want to talk about the Cossacks still today. You know? Oh. Okay. Okay. That's it. That's it. It's done. I'm gonna lay down now. Have a great stream. Good night, all. Good night, Giggler. Good night. We are the palace, the evil palace. Oh. We have discovered a shortcut. Oh, what's this? Oh, what a shortcut. Incredible. So what do y'all think? What do y'all think? It's the DJ, yeah, but no DJ music. Yeah. Yeah. Item box. Alright, we've done it. Food. Yoink. Alright. We're doing really well. Oh! Okay. Amazing. The acolytes are probably watching. Don't let your guard down. What? Yomara said to Roshan. What did she mean? Yomara's spear was unreal. Still? Living glass. When Aferol first arrived in our realm, he brought with him a group of kid geniuses. If stories are to be believed, Kyle and his friends had struck a deal with him to free their people. In the Flesh Monster's new base of operations, they would toil away creating machines for obscure uses in realms unknown. But such a base had yet to be built, so always Aferol set out to locate the best collaborator there was to be found. He needed someone morally neutral, for it was execution he desired, not competition. With this new lair, he would prove himself superior to Rashan by building a castle that would control time within itself. Good night, Gabrielle Tinamajing, or rather, Estelle. The watchmaker was the perfect fit. She was only interested in her craft and otherwise had no interest in Aferol's machinations. I might go to sleep soon as well, since people are falling out. Elsie asked for in return was a workshop of her own, where she could be left to her devices. The deal was struck, and together they designed the Clockwork Castle. The watchmaker began drafting schematics for the kids to start production on, while she'd handle the more intricate parts herself. Meanwhile, Aferol enchanted countless cogs and bricks, giving them an aura of magic that none could understand. Construction was almost complete when Kyle and his crew made their move. One night they flipped exactly the right cogs so that once the castle's perpetual movement was activated, its core function would backfire. They had no goal in mind other than foiling the Flesh Monster's plans. And in that respect, they succeeded resoundingly. Our claim of the sabotage was that time now came to a halt within the Clockwork Castle, or rather within its inhabitants. And they had played their trick so well that Aferol didn't even know they'd done it on purpose. There would be no impressing Rashan this time, but he could definitely see some upsides to a workshop that operated forever. As a final touch, he ensured that any mortal leaving the castle would see themselves age instantly by the amount of time they'd spend inside. Upon completion, Aferol locked everyone inside for a century, ensuring that the Watchmaker and the children could never leave, lest they die instantly of old age. The Watchmaker thought nothing of it, and relished the opportunity to focus on her craft for an eternity. I've gotten back to playing troubleshooters since new DLC came out recently. Wait, for Sea of Stars? Proud of having done the right thing, it seems they are at peace with their new situation. Perhaps getting to be kids forever helps in a way. Wait, for this game? For Sea of Stars? From that one, they would always deliver while adding just the right amount of breakage to give the Flesh Monster countless headaches without raising suspicion. One can only feel gratitude when contemplating the suffering that's been delayed or even prevented thanks to the cunning game of wasting Aferol's time. The end. Oh, XCOM. I do like XCOM. I do like XCOM. I really do. Alright. Alright. Now, do we continue or finish? It is almost 5 a.m. Which means... Okay, people are leaving, so I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna go to sleep. We have saved. Done a bit. So I guess that's the end for today. So I'm gonna write the usual love and solidarity with a heart, and also with a heart. I'm gonna copy paste it. Boom. And I press enter.